On this dark night, the damp streets splash with the sound of rain. He patrols the street in his car, looking for his next customer. He spots somebody with their hand out, so he pulls up slowly. They open the door and get in.
Oh, happy Tuesday. I'm showing the wrong screen. One sec, guys. There it is. I guess when I switched which one was my main, it didn't register. There we go. Happy Tuesday. Oh, here, let me fix something else real quick as well. Boop, boop. There we go. Now I'm happy.
And we're ready to go.
Alright, so we'll give it maybe another minute or two, see if anybody joins us. I'll just stall here and sip on my Pepsi.
It's pretty good.
Got some things working on the stream, so I hope people enjoy that today. Got this little ghost guy here, he's fun. And I got the tip jar in the bottom left corner over the logo, so in case anybody does donate, we'll have like a little bit of a reminder there the entire stream. I think it also should still capture follows and stuff as well, so that's cool. Although obviously we don't get bits and we don't get subs anymore, but that's okay. Not a big deal. There's a lot of cool mechanics though that I wish they didn't tie in with exclusivity. Sucks. Be cool to maybe either be cool to have subs or to be able to use bits or something like that, you know what I mean? Oh. Or if donations were just easier. Because I noticed that you have to have like a PayPal account. It won't let you donate without one, and it's just like, man, it sucks that you're putting hurdles on people, you know, or like using it as a moment to try to get people on your platform. Maybe they don't want to be. But, you know, gotta work with what you got. No, you know, did I put out the Discord message? Crap, I may have forgot that. One sec, guys. I apologize. I did not, but here we go. Now everyone in the Discord should know that we are live. Alright, cool. Yeah, you know, not having two PCs is a little bit more complicated. Can't wait until I get those parts. I was glad that I found the deal that I found today on some parts for the stream computers, so hopefully that'll be up and running this weekend. Should get the parts on Thursday, and as long as I actually have everything that I need, I believe I will, but I'm not certain until I take my streaming computer apart that currently exists. Because I believe I have a universal bracket for my CPU cooler. That's the thing that I'm worried about. So I didn't buy a new one because I'd rather use the one that was on there. So yeah, as long as the CPU cooler I have actually has a universal bracket like it's supposed to, should be okay. And we should have that stream computer working by the stream for next Mario Monday. We should have it. I'm pretty confident in it, so might even move the streaming computer where it's at, because it's not really in a I don't know, it's not really in a great location. It's not really in a bad location. It's just kind of like just sitting in a room. Doesn't have like a monitor near it at all. I'd like to have it like more set up to where I could do maintenance on it, like at it if I needed to. I don't know, we'll see. I don't necessarily want it in this room because its fans are much louder than my new computer's fans because I don't have silent fans in it, so I don't want to muck up on my audio, if you know what I mean. Let's see, let me try to think about, while I got some time here, waiting for some people to come chill. Let me think about what we were doing last time in Night Call. Last time, where did we leave off? I don't think we really got a whole lot of information on the murder, but we did get to know at least 2 of the suspects. Maybe 3. I don't remember how many there were. I think there might be 5, and I think there was 2 of them that we didn't get to. So I think we got 3 of them. At least one ride with them. Although, I don't know what we really found out. We have a bunch of like little scraps of paper that are like little bits of information, but it seemed like a couple of them like contradicted each other and stuff, so I'm not really sure how to take that. Maybe it's just that I'm not seeing the complete picture, you know? So that might be all it is. But yeah, I haven't got to the part where I really get to investigate anything that seems actually like connected. Like I think every day there's like something that's very directly connected, but it's not one of the suspects. It's like I go talk to a friend about something, or I go to some sort of informant. One point the cop dropped off a bunch of evidence at my house. So that seems to be more of what's keeping me on the track of the whole like main murder plot, which is like the judge, I believe is what they're calling the murderer. I don't remember why they call him the judge or if that's even been explained, but that's the name of the murder. It's the nickname or whatever. I don't know what they call those when they name criminals after like what they've done or something. But anyways, so most of what we've done, we just met a couple of the regulars. There was that one columnist guy who's kind of an asshole, and he was pretty, I don't know, I guess you'd call him right-wing, conservative dude. What was he mad about? He was mad about electric cars, because he said he almost got hit by one or something, because it was so quiet, and then he was like, oh, the future is going to be full of, you know, electric cars killing people, or something, you know, like he was just being very silly about it. I can't remember what he was talking about the first time, but it was another thing that was just like, what, dude? Like maybe it was like global warming or something. Something silly. Well, it looks like we're about 10 minutes in to the stream, so I'll go ahead and probably get started now. Why not? I'm sure people will trickle in. Just hoping some people who have showed up to the first part might want to check out what happens next, and I didn't want them to miss too much. Not that there's been a whole lot to miss, but you never know when's really going to kick in. Oh yeah, see, it says the judge. That's the one we're playing. I think there were either like 3 or 4 different murder cases we could go through as well. And this one's just the first of, yeah, those. So who knows? We might be playing this for a little bit. I enjoy it so far, so I certainly don't have any qualms with continuing on with this. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. It'll just be a busy day for our community, and, you know, sorry. It happens. That's very, like, saturated. It seems like very colorful in this camera. I mean, I guess it's kind of really colorful in real life, but, you know. Seems like a little extra. Alright. Take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Your neighbor flushes the toilet. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see the pipe shake. You glance at your board and get to work. Alrighty then. So, yeah, so how this works is we have this meter in the top right that's like what time it is or something. Or how much time we have. I don't know exactly what the number depicts, but anytime we scan through one of these, it takes a certain chunk of that time. So sometimes you have more than, you know, 3 clues here, or however many can fit at a time. And so, you might not be able to scan everything if you get a lot of clues at once, but that's only happened to me one time. We should be able to scan both of these. Investigate. Investigate. There we go. Investigated both our clues. 2 locations discovered and stuff. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. We have so much crap here. It looks like I didn't keep all of my organization, but maybe I saved before I organized last time. Okay, I just had a couple overlap. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Get that right up on him. The ones that are only his, do that with. This one is for both of these 2. I don't have enough room on this board, dude. It's too many clues. Those are all as low as they can go. Okay, there's that. Oh crap, that goes all over here. 2 stolen wallets. I can't. Oh, there we go. These almost seem like the same thing. Weapon equals a rare gun used in the 70s. Weapon equals a police gun in the 70s. So it's like both of these create one really strong clue against Paul, because Paul was a police officer in the 70s. Retired cop, yeah. Joined the police in 1977. Divorced from a judge, okay. Born in the French Antilles? I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Moved to mainland France in 1976. Okay. Salim has a message on crime scene 1 is justice. I don't know why that's connected to him. Let me see. Let's look at his background. Let's get more let's get reacquainted, I should say, with our suspects. Am I like glitchy? Like losing some frames or something? Maybe not. I just feel like maybe I'm not as smooth as normal. I don't know. Is it just like it's not getting in focus or something? Focus on me! Maybe it's okay. I think it's just my Twitch feed made it look like it was a little glitchy, but we should be alright. Sorry, I'm just on the lookout for anything going wrong. Alright, let's see. Salim Wadian. I'm not very good with these like French names and stuff, or just non-American names. Just I'm an ignorant American. That's me. All right, height 1.75 m. Well-known lawyer from St. Owen. Defender of the Dower case. Defender of several molested kids in poor neighborhoods. Okay, that's why the molester never arrested thing was connected to him, because he was a defender for several molested kids in poor neighborhoods. Okay. Defender of the kids. Victim 1 was a molester, never arrested. Oh, I get it. So since he defended the kids and the molester was never arrested, that may be his motive for him to have killed the guy. Victim 1. Message on the crime scene equals justice would mean that if he killed him, he saw that was bringing justice to this person. So those two pieces of evidence make a strong case against Salim. Was a promising football player when he was 10. Okay, that might matter at some point, I guess. I don't know. I understand that. That's also why he's connected to the you deserve this on crime scene 2, because he must have been still passing judge. I guess that's why it's judge, right? That's why they call him the judge, because he says you deserve this, justice. And there was another message, wasn't there? Yeah, time is up. Not as much judge there. Okay, so I understand this guy a little bit more. And the killer's height is less than 1 meter. So I don't understand these two. You got killer's height is less than 1.80 m, which they're all short enough to be that. And then this thing over here says killer's height is greater than 1.80 m. Like, why are both these pieces of evidence here? If one of these people is the killer, then this doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe it'll make sense later why they have that there. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, let's see. Okay, what's this? Weapon is kept in perfect shape by a professional. Okay. I get why that would be connected to Paul, but why Pierrot? Oh, he's a cop in Paris. Okay. Dad was a cop, financial affairs, died 2 years ago. Mom got health issues after a Richtoden health scandal. Gay in a relationship, never disclosed his information at work. So because he's a cop, though, that's why we're saying weapon kept in perfect shape by a professional. Okay, so he's a professional gun wielder, so perhaps he knows how to maintenance a gun, I suppose is what we're saying. Alright, I'll buy it. Alright, so we got these three. We understand them. Now let's go to Claudia. 1.79 m, medical examiner in Paris. Okay, escaped from Argentina when she was young. Lost her parents to the Argentinian junta. The process. I don't know what the process is. I'm not sure what that is. Well, I don't think there's anybody even in here, so I'm gonna look it up real quick and see if it's something that's real. Argentina, the process. Is that a real thing? Foster parents of the Argentine junta, the process. Okay, there was a coup d'etat? Is that what I'm seeing here? Okay, I have not enough information yet. Hold on. Let me just type in what's the junta. Oh, Google's not bringing back anything. Google! There we go. Okay, yeah, there's a coup d'etat. There's a right-wing coup that overthrew Isabel Perón as president of Argentina on the 24th of March of 1976. A military junta was installed to replace her. This was headed by Lieutenant General George Rafael Vidalia, Admiral Emilio, and okay, there's another general. The political process initiated on 24th of March of 1976 took the official name of National Reorganization Process. Okay, that's the process. Okay. And the junta, although not with its original members, remained in power until the return to the democratic process on the 10th of December of 1983. Given the systematic persecution of the social minority, the period has been classified as a genocidal process. Oh, wow. This has been established in the sentences of trials for crimes against humanity. That's interesting. So that is what the process is. So Claudia lost her parents during that time. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so now let's look at the clues and see how that matches up. Message on crime scene 3 linked to the process. So time is up has something to do with the process. And that we only really know that because of these two things. Victim 3 known to have tortured prisoners. Okay, during the process, I guess. And victim 3, colonel of the junta, the process. Okay. So this is all because she's connected to the junta. Okay, well. Righto. And now let's go to Harvey? Harvey? No idea. Homeless man with an unknown background. Oh, great. That's going to make him a real specific subject. Briefly worked for Charles Bowgrain, victim 2 in the 90s. Got health issues after Rickoden health scandal. A couple of arrests for breaking and entering. Victim 2 had their wallets stolen, and that's the only reason why he might be connected to this. Message on the crime scene 2. You deserve this. So he stole his wallet and thought he deserved it? This is probably the weakest case for this guy. Alright, now that we have a better picture of sort of what we're looking at here, let me look at some of these other ones. Victim 2 killed in only spot without CCTV. This, to me, says it could be one of these guys. Because these two were cops, and they would know where CCTVs were, right? Or the cameras were. And this guy is a defender, so he might know where they are. A little less on him, more on these two for this. I'm going to put this one over there for that reason. Just remember that one when we're thinking about these guys. A killer fought with victim 3. Killer fought with victim 3. That doesn't really tell me much about anything except for the person would fight. Which I'm not sure, other than the cops and the homeless person. Those three might fight. I guess I wouldn't think of Claudia immediately as fighting. I mean, maybe she was, you know, brought to... Like, anybody would fight under the right, like, emotional circumstances, right? But she's just a medical examiner. She really only makes sense to have killed victim 3. The other victims don't really make a whole lot of sense for her to be messing with, so... I'm going to say this is a stronger one for these two guys. Killer knew the victims or researched them. Okay, that doesn't really tell us anything. Well, I guess the homeless guy wouldn't have researched them, right? He's homeless. He wouldn't really have the resources to research. So I guess I'm going to put this over here just for that reason. Just get it away from the homeless guy. Because I don't think that really links to him at all. Killer fought with victim 1. That's the same thing as victim 3. I don't see that as being any more, you know, buoyant, maybe would be the word. Alright, spent bullet case. The cops? Because they'd have a gun? I mean, we already knew that the weapon was a gun. Or that they use a gun, I guess, because they've killed 3 people. No sign of violence. Now, I don't understand this. No sign of violence, but the killer fought with victim 1 and 3, so the no signs of violence must be only on victim 2? Who is on victim 2? I guess I'll put it on this side, because this is the only clue for victim 2 that we have. Well, we also have this crime scene 2, you deserve this. Death equals execution. That's sort of like a judgment thing. I don't really see that as a clue. We're just going to go ahead and darken that one for now. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. I don't know. That feels more like a training thing, so maybe the cops, you know? They might be more trained to shoot in certain areas, vital organs and such, you know? Alright, killer left message in chalk on first 3 crime scenes. Doesn't really say a whole lot either. The messages say more than the fact that they did it, so I think these are all the ones that might matter. This one, you know, I'll even grade that out because I'm not really sure that this matters all that much. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, there's more here. It says that it's for victim 4. I didn't even know there was a 4th victim. I've only read about 3. So the 4th victim had no signs of violence. Okay, let me take a look at these. Hey, what's up, Nightwolf? How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. I got some more stuff set up over on this computer now. How is my, like, audio sync with my face? Is it okay? I just, for some reason, I feel like it's a little choppy right now. But, I don't know. You let me know. I'm just still on the lookout for any, things going wrong, you know what I mean? But how are you, man? Did you get a... check out my little ghost dude? Anytime the first time someone chats, I think he says hi to him every time. And I've also linked him to a couple of our commands and stuff, like do it. I know he'll also tell me to do it if you guys tell me to do it. And he does like a little animation, and he does the lurk thing is now him. He does all the lurk stuff. And I don't know why I cried just now. That's funny. I didn't notice that at first. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And also, if you just put F to pay respects, he should cry. If you just put an F in the chat, he cries. So it's pretty interesting. My brother showed me a little video about this guy. Yeah, see, then he's crying. Oh, no. Like, because I died, you know? I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm going to try to include him more in more of our interactive stuff to kind of just, you know, add to it. Kind of like the do it thing. Like, try the do it command. You'll see him, he, like, turns it to a hammer and smashes down whatever. It's just, like, his attack animation. It's pretty cool.
Right here, do it.
Yeah, isn't that fun? The dual hammer and smash. Another thing that I did today, I thought was pretty cool. Mix It Up now has the ability for me to take any of the cards that Streamloots has and then add Mix It Up functionality behind them. So that's super cool. So my Twitch chat is broken. Oh, it is. Thanks, man. Hold on. Let me, I gotta minimize the game real quick. There we go. Let me just refresh that. Hopefully that fixes it. Go ahead and hit another refresh, and then I'll do a test message here real quick. Test. There we go. Okay, we're good. It's so weird how often that happens. It just needs a refresh. I guess it's when it cleared the chat history earlier, because it was like full of like test messages I had. So I was like, okay, clear chat. That must have worked it or whatever. But yeah, anyways, what I was saying was, so the only one I've really done anything with so far, in regards to Mix It Up with Streamloots, is that I have a Do It card that I made, you know, because of the whole like Shia Do It animation that we play. So if you get the card, you can just automatically get Shia to pull up instead of having to combo it. And when you use the card, it just automatically happens. And so that's cool. And so I'm going to try to do more stuff like that, where they might be a combo if you want to do it in the chat, but if you get the card, you can bypass the combo and just use the card to get the meme to pop up or something like that. So hopefully that's cool. I think it's pretty cool. What really matters is if you guys think it's cool. So yeah, let me know what you think, man. Alright, so what I've just been doing before you got in here, Nightwolf, I've just been looking at all these people, trying to get a better sense of who these suspects are and what all of this means. And I honestly have a much better grasp of why each of these are pointing at who they're pointing at and kind of what's going on in a way. But just to give you like a really brief recap here, these two guys are cops. This guy was a cop in the 70s, which matches up with the gun that was used to kill the victims. So he's got, you know, a pretty good, strong piece of evidence here with the murder weapon. But he's also a cop, so he's got these two cop guys here. And but he's like a young cop. Really, the only thing about him is that he's a cop. Then we got this guy who is a public defender, it looks like, or just a defender in general. He's a lawyer. And he was a defender for several molested kids in poor neighborhoods. And one of the victims, the first victim, was a molester that never got arrested. So that's sort of how he's tied in there, because he might be bringing justice, which was written on the scene of the crime, to that guy. The butler did it, yeah, right? It's always the butler, right? And then we have Claudia, who is a medical examiner. The only thing that links her to it is that the third victim was a guy who was a colonel for the junta during the process, which I just looked up is there was a coup d'etat in France in the 70s from the right-wing party, and it was like a really horrible time. I guess it's looked at as like a genocidal process now, like historically, but it was there's a coup d'etat and they call it the process, and it was the junta that did it, and I guess Claudia's family died during the junta overthrow during the process, and so that's the only way she's connected to anything. It's just as one victim. So I don't really feel like it's a very strong case against her, because yeah, she may have like hated these people, but that doesn't mean that she's necessarily a murderer, right? And then we got this guy who has like the least amount on him. He's just a homeless guy that knew the second dude, and that's it. So they also linked him to the stolen wallet for the second victim, but I don't know that that's all that necessary, you know? I don't know if there's a really strong link there. But then with these other clues, I've just kind of organized them a little bit like closer to the people I think that they associate with. Like this one's a CCTV. I thought the cops would probably be more likely to know where the cameras were, so I put it next to the cops. The killer fought both victim 3 and like 1, I think, is the other one here. And I just thought a cop would be more likely to fight. The killer knew the victims and researched them. Cops would have information on citizens, perhaps. Spent bullet case. I don't really know how that's that much of a clue, but they were the ones with guns, right? Yeah, definitely not enough evidence yet. Yeah, and then victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. I thought cops probably would have training. So it just feels like a lot of the evidence we have right now points at the cops, but certainly not enough evidence yet. So I think we're ready to end the night. The phone rings and you jump. You are not used to hearing it. No one ever calls you. It must be Bussett. Get up. You pick up. Bussett sounds irritated. You there? Yeah. Listen, it's... She pauses. You suddenly hear a ruckus in the background, probably noise at the station. Bussett raises her voice. Anyone got the time? Hey, guys, anyone? Fuck, they're all Neanderthals here. Listen, it's early and I'm wiped out. So are you, I bet. Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me? In a calm, methodical voice, you start giving her the evidence you collected. You start with the first suspect, their connection to the victims, the rumors, then the second suspect, and so on. A few minutes in, she lets out a whistle. Not bad at all, seriously. You should come give a lesson to the zombies I work with. A long sigh. I have some good news for you. We checked out the alibi of one of the suspects I gave you. As you listen to her, you turn to the board and pull down the suspects she's referring to. So it's gotta be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are? I'm doing your job for you, pal. Okay, enough chit-chat. I gotta run. I'll call you in 2-3 days, okay? Understood. Good doggy. Damn it, Bussett, fuck you. I'll call you in 3 days and you better have what I need to make a proper arrest. The DA has fangs. We're pretty sure he's going to turn into a werewolf at some point. She babbles on for a while. Her voice becomes softer, but just as sarcastic. That would explain his terrible breath. Okay, I'm out. She hangs up. You hold the handset to your ear for a while. You have just one thing in mind. Sleeping. And forgetting it all. Okay, so yeah, definitely wasn't Claudia. Okay, that makes sense. Made no sense that it would be Claudia. The heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You pull open the sofa bed, which unfolds with an unpleasant creak. You collapse onto the mattress. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. I like this game. I'm not ready to count Claudia out yet. Oh, you're keeping her on the board, huh? We got Nightwolf's board over here. He's like, we got Claudia up here twice now. You open one eye. Your attention turns to shouting upstairs, a door slamming. Typical. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Night 4. So we only have 3 more nights until we need to make an arrest, I guess is what she said, right? So we definitely need to go get some evidence. I got plenty of gasoline. Just because she wanted to take you out to bed one night, yeah, it does not make her less of a suspect. Yeah, she flirted with us so much, we're like, I can't be Claudia. She likes us. That was such a weird interaction. The police archives look like any other building in Paris. No sign, nothing to make it stand out. But this is where all the case files and criminal records are stored. Classic noir, it's the girl who entered your office. Yeah, and the girl who actually like started you on the case was the one who did the whole thing the whole time. It's like a Dick Tracy novel. You know the place well. For several months you spent a lot of time with the woman who directs it. She was a regular passenger, calling upon you almost every night. First as a driver, and then. You can see her shape from across the street. You try to prevent your brain from going there, but it has a mind of its own. She's as beautiful as ever. You get out of the cab. You cross over to the sidewalk on the other side. Helena. I'm not going to lie, I was surprised by your request. She lights a cigarette. She still has that cold, distant look about her. But you know it's just a facade. You don't smoke anymore? And light a cigarette, because that's classic noir. The first waft of nicotine and gas from the lighter. Heaven. She runs a hand through her hair. Her wedding band shines under the street lamp. You're freezing. Listen, I'm sure you know I'm not allowed to give you this kind of information. But if what you said was true, then you get the impression she's reaching for your side. Step back, let her do it. You have any information for me? I guess I'll let her do it? I don't know what she's doing. She's reaching for my side in like an affectionate way. Classic noir. It's like, oh yeah, you already heard the one, sorry. Her hand brushes over your wound. You think about her body, her habits, how she used to call you in the middle of the night. So she was always married then, right? Because they're not making that clear. We just know that she's married because she has the wedding band, right? So I'm thinking there was maybe a little bit of an affair here. I don't know. I fished around, and the first 3 victims were not part of the data leak. Shit. Shit indeed. That means the information about Besson, Bulgrain, and the Argentinian one. Gorodischer? Yes, that's it. Gorodischer. It all came from someone who had access to their criminal records. That help? You nod. Bits of ash from your cigarette sprinkle onto your pants. So it definitely was a cop then, right? You attempt to smile. Yes, it's better than nothing. A moment of silence. Helena takes a drag from her cigarette like there's no tomorrow. She paces a bit to warm herself up. You should come over sometime. What do you think? You grin. You and Helena used to sleep together when things with her husband weren't so good. Yeah, why not? That wouldn't be a good idea. Sounds good. I feel like that wouldn't be a good idea is probably the right thing to say, right? She turns her head away in a soft, graceful motion. Of course. I don't know why. She looks deep into your eyes. You look down. Her hands are shaking. One last smile and she puts her cigarette out. You do the same. I've got to run. Need a taxi? It's very kind of you, but Bruno is coming to pick me up in a little while. Good luck. She reaches out to you affectionately, then stops. You decide to cross the street, to put some distance between you as quickly as possible. When you get to your cab, you hear her saying something. She's yelling from across the street. Also, you should stop smoking! It's bad for your health! Says the lady, who's just smoking like there's no tomorrow, huh? You wave. She goes back into the archives. You get in your cab and rub your hands together. Time to get back to your shift. Or time to get another clue. So do we have any suspects that I can drive around? Not yet. So we're gonna go for the next clue. So it had to be someone who had access to the criminal record. So it could still be the lawyer, I think. I think we have 3 people. It's just definitely not the homeless guy, which I already thought. So really wasn't that good of information, but it definitely gives me some concrete evidence. I'm gonna switch to standing real quick. I'll have to see if my green screen pops up over here or not. Looks like we're good. Show up this time. Alright. A little stretch here. Ooh, there we go. Alright. You leave your taxi behind and walk towards the last victim's building. Plot twist, homeless guy is a cop. Ah, shit! He's undercover! Towers Border Game Fairer was killed in his parking garage. Ooh, damn. The large metal garage door is firmly closed. Wait for a car, look for another entrance, go back to your taxi. Yeah, but we look for another entrance. Walk around to the back of the building and look at the various entrances. The main one, the garage door, and the maintenance door for the trash cans. Hey, what's up, Stella? Audio and webcam good? Nice. I'm glad to hear it. I just keep looking over like I'm worried that something's going to go wrong or something. Like, I'm just going to freeze, so I got to keep moving. Make sure I don't freeze. Oh yeah, we got a new friend, Stella. Did you see our little friend down here? We don't have a name for him yet, so we can still name him. But, yeah. There's a bunch of different things I can choose, but you have to pay for him, which, I mean, I guess they gotta make money somehow, but, yeah. So I bought this guy, and I don't remember how much he costs. Maybe like $5 or something like that. But he's pretty cool. I'm trying to work him into our, current, like, commands and stuff. So, like, he'll react to do it right now. He reacts to lurk. If you... The first message you say every day, he says hi to you. I'm trying to think of any other ones I had. Oh yeah, F in the chat and he cries. Hang on, testing. Friend. Oh no, it says anytime you have an F in there, is that what happened? Ah, oh, dang it. Boobot. Yeah, Boobot might work, yeah. That's interesting, because I tested that earlier, because I just typed the word Frank in, and he didn't cry, but he did cry with an F. Yep, it's doing a string match on F. Yeah, but it's not doing a string match on just F, which is kind of a bummer. I wonder if I can add, like, a space before and after the F in the string match, and maybe it would match the space as well. But then you'd have to have, like, a space around it, wouldn't you? Well, maybe that just wasn't a good idea. Maybe it sounded cleverer than it was, huh? Oh well, he's just a crybaby for now. I'll fix him tomorrow. But yeah. Oh, and I got the tip jar back. So if anybody ever wants to like donate, we should be able to at least have like a long-lasting indicator that someone has donated. I think it also still picks up follows and stuff. So regex, just nightmare of regex. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of using regex. I'm not that great with that stuff yet. It's really handy to be able to do really good string manipulation, though. And I've done some pretty complicated stuff. Honestly, like, Silk didn't have very good string, like, methods, so I've had to write a bunch myself, and I'm getting better at it, but it just gets so complicated for being such a simple value type, right? Yeah, the genderless mascot, yeah. Boobot doesn't need a gender, right? Just like robots don't need genders, so... Alright, let's see. back to the game here. You walk around. Oh yeah, I'm looking at entrances, trying to find. So we're looking at the parking garage that the last victim died in. They were killed in their parking garage, or one of the victims. I don't know if it was the last one. So we got a few entrances we can check. Try the main entrance. Try the maintenance entrance. Go back and wait in the front of the garage door. Go back to your taxi. Let's try the maintenance entrance. You've barely taken a step within when a voice calls out to you. Concierge, hey, what are you doing? This is private property. You turn around and see a rather elderly man, probably a concierge. He shines his flashlight in your direction. I'm a fan? A fan of what? I'm lost. Let's go with that. Lost? You think I'm a fucking idiot? Go. Get out of here or I'm calling the cops. You leave the lobby. The concierge follows you and checks to make sure the door is firmly shut behind you. If I see you lurking around again, I'm calling the cops. You make your way back to your cab. You glance back at the building. The furious concierge is gone. You settle in behind the wheel, short of breath. Damn it, I didn't get any information off of that. I chose the exact wrong thing. Oh well. You're pretty sure you can... Yeah, we can rule out... They already ruled out Claudia for us, and we're pretty sure it's not the homeless guy. I mean, this little ghost hands could be mistaken for small, saggy boobs. Yeah, you know, I hadn't thought about that. You're absolutely right. I'd rather think of him as hands, though. Well, I like your creativity still. Let's see. Okay, we got the homeless guy. We can give him a taxi ride. I don't know where he wants to go. He's homeless, right? Well, I guess just because you're homeless doesn't mean you don't get around, maybe. Let's go for the homeless guy. Oh yeah, and so we only got 3 nights left for this, and then the cop said that she wants to have enough information to make an arrest. So I think we get 3 more nights of evidence gathering, and then we have to decide who it is. Yeah, right, can't unsee. I totally get that. That's all good for going there. I think it's funny. Hey pal, can you help me out? The door opens. It's Eve, a homeless man like hundreds of others in Paris. You've known each other for years, and every now and then he asks a favor of you, to drive him someplace. As usual, he greets you quietly, though he always seems a little on edge. Hey, buddy, what's up, pup? He has a strange verbal tick that you've never really understood. You start the cab. Pretty cold tonight, right? His voice has a particular lilt to it. I've never heard the word lilt. As if certain syllables were sung to stop him from stuttering. Hey, aren't you cold with your ass stuck in your chair seat of yours? In the car seat of yours? No, I'm fine. Yeah, we freeze our asses off. Say nothing. I'll say no, I'm fine. Yeah, that cat is the center of all this for sure. Yeah, seat warmers for the win, dude. I got a seat warmer in my car. Well then, enjoy, boy. I've got a place to stay in Passy. Any way you can give me a lift? Sure, of course. Great, mate. That way we can stay nice and warm. In the 15 years I've been on the street, it's never been this cold, I swear. You know, some guys aren't going to make it. Shit. That's how it goes. For us, yes. A pause. His smell is gradually permeating the inside of the cab. It doesn't bring back fond memories, but it doesn't bother you either. You'll leave the door open later on the... Wait. You'll leave the door open later on to air out the cab. Okay. Later on. That phrase got me. But you know, I'm used to it. Even before. Sure. I don't think I ever told you. When I was a kid, I was never cold. Old. Yeah, that's a weird tick. Never. A weird, uneasy break. One time my mother dragged me to the Pyrenees during vacation. Didn't know what the hell to do with me. Liked to drink, you see. And the first time we were there, I broke the bottle of gin she brought along. Should have seen her. Threw a fit. Shit. She gave me a thrashing, but I gave as good as I got. That's how we used to talk back then. She ended up dragging me in by my pants and locked me out on the balcony. Icicles were hanging from my eaves. It snowed the day before, sure. I sat there for an hour, arms crossed, with like a cardigan on my back, and underpants on my ass. I didn't budge. She was storming around the apartment, my old lady was, yelling at me, but I didn't hear nothing. Well, the cold didn't get me, you see? Felt nothing at all, nah. Wish I could say the same today. What happened in the end? When was that? I mean, what happened in the end? A whole candle? I saw. Yeah. Well, it got dark out. She let me in. She was furious all week. It was the last time we went on vacation together. After that, she died. Number up. Yep. A pause. I used to tell my buddy Seb that story all the time. You know, the tall black guy who used to hang around with me? Yeah. Well, he really loved that story. He asked me to tell him over and over again. But I think what he really loved was hearing me talk about old lady. You know what I mean? Doesn't make us any younger. Hey. Cab pulls up to the shelter in passing. Fuck, the last time I was here, there was a protest out front. Bunch of guys from the neighborhood who didn't want us to squat the place. They were yelling our heads off, sounding like a bunch of goddamn sailors. Yeah, sailors. So I guess even those rich dudes would have balls. He exits the cab. Thanks, man. I know I can count on you. Good luck. He rubs his hands together and walks towards the shelter. Didn't receive anything. All for charity. Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be that guy. Definitely, after talking to him, doesn't feel like he'd be the one. Any other suspects here? I've only driven around. One of the cop guys, so I could definitely use some more time with them. Looks like I got nothing in the way of that, but I got this guy, Mr. Handsome. Let's pick him up. You slow down a bit. You've just been hit with a migraine. Oh shit. You crack your window. Icy, Parisian air fills the cab. You could kill someone with that smell, though. Yeah? You need to rest. You need coffee. You need to close your eyes. Just a minute. One tiny minute. You don't need to sleep. Now what the fuck? You raise your head and see yourself sitting in the back seat. Your gut clenches. No, it's more like someone is pulling your guts out. Yeah, I look like shit, I know. No surprise considering all the crap I eat, eh? He smirks, or maybe it's just a smile, you can't quite tell. I've just got one thing to say. It won't take too long. You'll be able to get back to defending the weak and the poor right after. And maybe cleaning up your reputation and that pretty face of yours. Every once in a while, I picture us on the night Dad died. You remember? Your mouth is burning, like you have hot coals on your tongue. I remember. All that hate you had built up inside. It was incredible. I was gonna say nothing. The shape in the backseat appears to settle in. Plus, all that hate, it was aimed at me. You threw it all in my hands. I wanted you dead. I wanted to poke your eyes out. You see his teeth flash in the rearview mirror. But he only had eyes for Mom and everybody else. You could tell they weren't doing well. That they didn't get it. Say nothing. You feel a shooting pain in your arm. Every time neighbors, friends came to the door to offer their condolences. They said they were sorry, but he was too young. You wanted to scream at them. Tell them they didn't understand anything. But you kept your mouth shut, didn't you? Say nothing. He is almost whispering now. You were always the weaker of us two.
He remained silent for a moment. You see, our brother, he was the devil incarnate, but he always practiced what he preached. If you were him, you'd already have stopped the killer with your balls alone. But no, you prefer to make a deal with the police, with every bastard in the city of Paris. Silence. Chill. You're gonna die alone, man. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm not gonna hang around. His shadow moves in front of the cab. By the time you realize it was just a car, you're alone in the cab. You close your eyes, hoping your migraine will subside. You feel exhausted. You sit for a few minutes and start driving again. The purr of the motor is strangely warm and comforting. So did I not pick that guy up? Okay, weird. Did we do it? Right? Yeah, after that. It's hard to know, man. Still intense there. I thought he was a hallucination, right? Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, I mean, he didn't get any money and there was no fare or anything like that, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it was his hallucination. I'm trying to remember what it says, what we know about our backstory. We went to jail and stuff, right? That's how we got blackmailed? Because we killed somebody? And then I guess he just let us know that our dad died. But we had like some weird emotions about it. Like people were sorry about it, but we weren't. I don't know. I'll have to continue, huh? I can see some of my green screen showing. Right here. Yeah, there you go. Not sure if... There we go. A little more desk, a little less green screen. We're good. Alright, so who should we pick up next? Do we have any suspects? Nope. We'll say I do love this though. Look at that classic old lady picture where she's like way too close. Like, how do I get this thing to work? Oh, good enough. Let's pick up somebody closer to us. We don't have to use so much gas. I don't think we've talked to her. I don't think we've talked to any of these people before. I think we have picked that guy up before. Haven't talked to her. Recognize her face, but I don't think we've talked to her. Yeah, the only person I recognize is this dude. Let's pick up... How about this lady? She's the closest. I like the suspense of the story. Right, it's pretty good. I like it. It's getting some of that noir stuff. I guess there's not really like a noir cliche of a taxi driver, but it actually feels like it works pretty good. I mean, I guess unless you count the movie Taxi Driver? Isn't that what it's called, or is it just called Taxi? That one had a bit of a noirness to it, but maybe that's the closest you could come. Every time we get a clue, more questions appear. Yeah, like that whole last thing was a lot of questions there. Our hallucination. Let's see. The passenger gets into the cab and gives you her address. Her voice is muted. Far away. Fair away. Far away? Fair away. You start the cab. She appears rather meek, subdued, like she's about to fade away. You look up at her. She returns your gaze, but she's not there. It's as if you weren't looking at an actual person, but a silhouette instead, in the shape of a human being. Everything alright? Nice evening, isn't it? Would you like some music? Say nothing. Let's do nice evening, isn't it? Yes, it's a lovely evening. That's all she says. You leave it at that, without looking at her. Some clients need to be left alone. Need quiet. You're afraid to say another word. Various theories run through your head. Maybe she's on drugs? Maybe she witnessed something awful? Maybe she knows something about the judge? Your eyes scan the interior of the cab with an air of odd detachment. There's still a ways to go before you reach your destination. How about, would you like some music? Music? She pauses. I don't know, if you want. She breaks off again. What kind of music do you have?
whatever is on the radio. I never listen to the radio. I don't really know what's any good. Maybe she seems to be weighing her options. Classical, jazz, rock, African? I'm not a fan of jazz. Classical's always nice too. Let's do jazz. Jazz. The passenger looks at you for a moment or two, clearly surprised. Jazz? She hesitates, thinks it over, and nods at last. You press the search button for a jazz station, and eventually find one. A droning trumpet, getting all worked up, accompanied by drums and a bass. You've never really understood jazz. What? I like jazz. I feel like everybody doesn't understand jazz, but there's not that much to it. It's funny, music like that is so impenetrable. You used to play jazz in high school? Yeah, right? It's understandable. I think what most people think of as jazz is free jazz, but free jazz is a specific type of jazz that is hard to understand because there isn't a time signature all the time, because it's free jazz. But a lot of people think of jazz in general as free jazz, when jazz itself is actually structured music, and you can play jazz in a free form that's not as structured. Would you like me to change the stations? No, it's fine, really. I like it. My thesis supervisor listens to a lot of jazz. With time, I began to like it. Your thesis? Yes. Not another word. She turns her head slightly, as if thinking about something unpleasant. What's the subject? The progressive nuns of Ronce Abbey at the dawn of the industrial era. The air in the cab seems icy. Yeah, it's structured with improv sections, but you usually have to stay in key and time. Right, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And improv to me is just like a solo in a rock song, right? Just because we're using a saxophone instead of a guitar, does that make it not understandable for some people? You know what I mean? Sure. I like jazz because it's it gives you the same type. Those improv things give you the same type of feeling. I feel like a guitar solo does, but you get so much more variance in what you're listening to. It could be a trombone, a trumpet, a sax, a guitar, still whatever. I didn't quite get that. Sounds very specific. I'm gonna say that. Extremely, too much so, no doubt. My field of research is terribly limited, and how should I put it? She sighs. It's deadly boring. A subject that no one is interested in. My thesis supervisor, for a start, my parents, my ex, and worst of all, even me. She stares at you. The subject is a trap. It's never been explored, and it informs our perception of women in the 18th century. But no one is interested in it. That's how it goes. I got used to my thesis, to the subject. Doctoral theses are rarely interesting, you know. But mine, I think I've hit the rock bottom. You shouldn't say that. I'm sure it's interesting. It's a useful subject, isn't it? I feel like that's more like what I would say. Her eyes widen. No, definitely not. I still wonder how I ever believed it wouldn't be such a colossal bore. She hesitantly lifts a hand. But I'm the one who chose my thesis. Me and no one else. To be honest, it will no doubt be the only thing that reminds me of when I die. That remains of me when I die. Oh my god, how grim! Shouldn't say things like that. What if you tried something new? What do your friends think? Say nothing. I would say, what if you tried something new? Something new? Like what? I have no practical skills whatsoever. Do you know how to drive? She stares at you. As a matter of fact, yes, I do. Then you could drive a cab. A brief pause. I see what you're hinting at, but I don't think I'd be able to do it. I'm sure your job requires more than driving skills. I'm not very good with people. I wasn't either at first. That's not such a big deal. It's a service just like any other. I'm gonna say that's not such a big deal. Some of my coworkers are as quiet as a grave. Others know the history of Paris like the back of their hand. They like to entertain. Every driver is different. They are all no two drivers are alike. They are all ... no two drivers are ... alike. Okay, I guess it's like two fragments. I just didn't know how to read that one. Taxi driver. It's just an example. There are dozens of jobs that don't require any particular skills, as you said. But you have to give it a go. Try your luck. Talk a little more about yourself. Change the subject. Talk a little more about myself. Me, before I did this job, I thought I was no good for anything. Then someone gave me a chance. Trained me. Gave me... You break off. The young woman is visibly moved. Unched tears glisten in the darkness of the cab. Unched? Alright, I'm sorry. I have to look this word up. I've never seen this word. I like expanding my vocabulary too, so let's see. Define UNSHED. Is this actually a word? Unched. No, it's unshed, I think is what they were trying to say, right? Not unched. I'm just reading it wrong. Because I'm an idiot. Alright, let me read it as unshed, because that's what it's supposed to be. You break off. The young woman is visibly moved. Unshed tears glisten in the darkness of the cab. Pooh brain. Sorry. Don't be. It's nothing. It's me. A wry smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, as if she enjoys the thought of seeing loathsome people suffer. My parents think. Her voice falters. She's unable to go on. It takes her a few seconds to pluck up the courage to speak up again. My parents think I've made a mess of my life. I know they do. They haven't said so, of course. They are there for me. They help me. But deep down, they know it's too late. The jazz number on the radio has become distinctly more aggressive, almost dissonant. You briefly consider turning down the volume, then change your mind. You know, it's really weird. I'm just gonna take a second real quick with that whole unshed thing. How can I read words like dissonant and not unshed? Come on, brain. Hope I'm not the only person who's like that. I'm 28. I'm doing a doctoral thesis on 18th century nuns. My brothers went to top business schools and earned MBAs. They're married and have children. And me? I'm compiling pages and pages of information on nuns. You pull up to the passenger's address, an opulent-looking building in the 16th arrondissement? Arrondissement? Okay, that's a word I've never seen before. The young woman is perfectly still, seemingly paralyzed. Thanks. She lowers her eyes. I need time to think, but thank you for what you said. I don't often hear things like that. Thank you. She hands you the fare, then exits the cab without a word. A moment later, she's walking away, heading towards her building. You sit there a moment longer and start up the cab. $3 tip. We got half gas. Oh, what's happening? You know more about your clients. Oh, it's the end of the night already? Dang. I did hit him at Hervé. Hervé. You have met Hossein? Hossein? Is that my dark self? The devil? What? What? Alright, I feel like this day was not very good, but we'll see. We'll see what we got. Take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Steps in the hallway. They stop in front of your door, then move away. You glance at your bed and get to work. So, did we get any new clues? No, because I didn't. I totally botched the whole freaking clue node. Damn it. I didn't get anything. Pretty sure it's one of these three. Probably one of these two, even. Alright, guess we're just gonna end the night. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the open sofa bed. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. You open one eye. It's pitch black outside, time for work. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Night 5. Commence. No, the homeless guy needs another ride. He's nearby. How about anybody else, though? We really need to meet more of our suspects. We don't even have any clue spots today? How am I supposed to get clues? I guess I'm gonna go ahead and pick up Harvey. Do another pro bono ride here. I need a ride, cabbie! Crap, see if I can remember the voice I was using for him. He's had that weird impediment, right? The door opens. It's Harvey. He greets you with his bizarre verbal tick, as usual. But could you post the garbage can you got that compacts in the Take My Money channel? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me write myself a note real quick to look that up. Do that. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I'll try to do that after the stream tonight. Yeah, hopefully somebody else can get some use out of that, because it's pretty cool. I really like it. Oh yeah, it's bizarre verbal take. Here we go. Hey, good to see you again, Jen. Hi, Harvey. You start the engine. Harvey seems pretty happy with himself today. In the rearview mirror, you watch him run his tongue over his lips, as if mentally preparing for a good meal. He catches your eye and smiles. Sorry, I'm a bit out of it today. So I see. It's just I had a bad week, you know, a real bad week. Then yesterday. He hesitates, as if he can't believe what he's about to say, like too good to be true. The lines around the corners of his eyes that show his real age crinkle slightly. Harvey gets a little laugh. It's serious, man. I don't believe in God, you know. I don't believe in all that bullshit. Shit. It don't make any sense. Some guy with a beard up in the sky, I never got it. What people saw. Anyhow, God, none of us believe in him on the street. His eyes crinkle up in the corners again. I mean, we believe when the soup kitchen goes to church. Yeah, sure, we believe in him then. He flashes his teeth and lets out a harsh, raspy laugh. A pause. And that's the whole story. How about since so yesterday? Keep going. Oh yeah, it's definitely very cool. I like it. It's very interesting because it's very simple at the same time, because it's just like it's just got this handle on the top, right? And when if you push hard enough, it has magnets that keep it up, as well as 2 clips. You push hard enough, it breaks away from that, and then it's just like the perfect size of like a plunger kind of thing to just push all the way down and then pull it back up. And then as you pull it back up, the magnets, you know, help it get in place, and then you just pull a little bit harder and it snaps back. It's pretty cool. Yesterday, he's observing you. His eyes light up all of a sudden. Oh yeah, yesterday. He's talking faster now, an incessant flow. Now, I was starving, man. It was pretty bad. Toby and I had gone through all the garbage bins in the neighborhood. And Toby, he's the German guy. He says he prefers France, but that we're more generous here. And so I was starving. Harvey's eyes tear up. His voice drops off. A faraway look comes over him. A lengthy pause. It's a pretty long story. I'm gonna say, are you okay, Harvey? He snaps out of it. Yeah, like I was saying, that, yeah, I was starving. I was hanging out near the supermarket on Rue Remusat. Fancy neighborhood, but not too fancy. No cops. He gives you a wink. And that's always a plus. And then there was like this guy I sometimes see around, a young guy, just a kid. He comes out of the supermarket with his groceries, and before I even say a word, he hands me a can of casserole. A can of casserole as big as a beach ball. Harvey's face lights up. I didn't even know they made them that big. Harvey busts out laughing, and his eyes wander back to the street. Was it good? Delicious. He closes his eyes, raises his hand, and waggles his fingers. I love it when a cassoulet sausage is all mushy and it melts in your mouth. Don't even need to warm it up. A smile spreads over his face. Meat mash. He opens his eyes. Something out of the window catches his eye. Harvey suddenly pats you on the shoulder. Hold on. Wait. I'm going to get out here, if you don't mind. You park the cab as soon as you see an empty space. Thanks, man. He's looking out the window. Yeah, I think that's him. Who? Nothing. Nothing. Without another word, he opens the door and gets out. This time, I'm gonna get him. Uh-oh. A moment later, he vanishes into a dark alley. What, is he the killer, guys? What the hell is that? Sit there a minute. Your eyes scan the dark, narrow street, but you can't make anything out. Then something moves in the distance, a silhouette. Probably Harvey, now at a run. The form darts under a street lamp. It is Harvey, holding something in his hand. He immediately vanishes from sight. You sit there a minute, and then you switch on the ignition and pull out the parking space. Huh. Well, that was pretty sus, Harvey. Pretty freaking sus, dude. Okay, cool. We got this guy. He's the other cop we haven't talked to, I believe. So we're definitely going to him. I think we probably got enough gas, and then we'll have to get gas after that one. Okay, last time I went to this handsome dude, we saw the devil or whatever. Oh, the passenger who entered the cab slams the door and stares at you intently. Whoa, she just got in the cab? That's not who I picked. That's not who I picked. I saw this lady's picture earlier, but that's not... I wanted to go to my suspect, you bitch! Oh, wow, look at the frame rate on that. That is not very good. What is up with that? Hopefully it's better for you guys than it shows it for me. Oh, yeah, I can see on Twitch it's so much... For some reason, my OBS, I guess maybe it's because I'm in-game, it, like, is losing frames on my preview. Weird. Alright, anyways. Can I help you? Where are you going? How about, can I help you? I didn't... you're not my person here. I don't know yet. Although the real question is, how can you help yourself? I'm not sure I follow. Do we even know each other? Get out of my cab. I feel like I want to say get out of my cab because I really wanted to go to that suspect. I'm not sure I follow. Might get me more information about what she's talking about, though. Yeah, she a bee. Yeah, for sure. How about I'm not sure I follow? A small laugh escapes her. Naturally. But of course. If I were to say to you, her voice is slightly raspy with an oddly metallic sound. October 27th. That's the date. The night of the attack. The night you... Could this woman be the judge? 10:46 p.m. No, the attack took place later. Does that ring a bell? You nod your head. Answer? Yes, it does, miss. Don't you miss me! Not another word! She waggles an accusing finger at you. Last October 27th. You were in this very cab, driving a fare, and you committed a crime. That's right, sir! A crime! Let her go on. I'd spent the whole day working like an idiot for that rotten newspaper.
And do you have any idea what I do for a living? Big B also. BRB. Work off. Sounds good stuff. Town crier. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a great response for that. Teacher, lower your eyes, say nothing. Do you have any idea what I do for a living? I don't know why I'd guess teacher, say nothing. I'm a sub-editor, Mr. Taxi Driver. I correct mistakes that a bunch of moron journalists make. There isn't a single one, not one, who knows how to write a proper sentence. I'd had it. Really had it. And on the night of October 27th, you cut me off. I was gonna say nothing. I almost died that night. She grinds her teeth. You shudder. Hell, I almost died that night. The judge tried to attack me. I crashed my car. My boyfriend's car, that is. The same guy who made yet another comment about women drivers. The neighbors called the police that night. I made such a scene. To think the guy dares call himself a feminist. She pauses for a dramatic effect as a disturbing smile spreads over her face. I'm just gonna let her keep going, say nothing. Her voice is suddenly noticeably quieter, almost fragile. The next day, no more boyfriend. No more car. I messed up my job interview with a major news outlet. Paper where people know how to write, where they follow basic rules of French grammar. Imagine just for a minute, I could have stopped correcting copy for a bunch of morons. She takes a deep breath. But all because of you. Because of your cab, everything changed the night of October 27th. A sad, faraway look comes over her. My life has never been the same since. But her voice is bursting with fury and hatred. Forced to go live with my mother while I went apartment hunting. This rotten city where tiny studios cost an arm and a leg. So I started looking for you. The back of your neck breaks into a sweat. You can feel cold, clammy droplets about to drip down your spine. I started asking around. I bribed one of your colleagues into giving me your number. A drop of sweat starts sliding down your back. Then I found your address. Your first one, that is. You shiver as the drop reaches your boxers. But that's your business. What matters is I did eventually get your address, the real one. The droplet has reached your tailbone. You've started shaking. At first, I admit, I was planning on going to your place. She shrugs her shoulders. Her voice has softened a little. Just maybe to spit in your face, or something like that. And then I thought to myself, no, Ludovine, maybe the guy deserves a chance. You never know. So you're going to apologize. Go on, give it your all. Take your time. Take a deep breath. She breathes in deeply, then exhales. Like that. Apologize. Tell her about the attack. Ask her to leave the taxi. How about I've let her go on. I'll tell her about the attack on me. I'm sorry, but I don't remember that night. Not memorable enough, huh? No, I forgot what happened that night. She freezes. A few minutes later, I met you. A few minutes after I met you, I was attacked. Attacked by the judge, the serial killer. It's you. You survived. Yeah. A host of conflicting feelings flicker across her face. Doubt, surprise, anger, the desire to slap you. Then she falls back against the car seat. All her anger somehow gone. I didn't know. The police wanted to keep it all a secret. I didn't see the killer's face, and he didn't see mine. For my own protection, for my peace of mind. The newspaper where I work, they were looking for you. We have a reporter looking for you. The last few months have been difficult for you. Really difficult. I'm gonna go ahead and apologize at this point. Now that we're on terms where we understand each other, now I'll go ahead and apologize. Now she understands me a little more. I'm still sorry. Even if I don't remember anything, even though I was attacked, it doesn't change anything about. You can't find the right words, maybe because you imagine for a moment a normal night, how things should have been. Passengers, rides in Paris, a tourist heading to Mauritius or something. And you, your cigarettes, cheap packs of beer, the little radio next to your bed. Your passenger clears her throat. She's noticed your mind is elsewhere. Thanks. All her anger has evaporated. No more looks that could kill, simmering rage or grinding teeth. My boyfriend was a jerk anyway, and then this job, maybe it wasn't so great. She gives you a little smile. I tend to get all worked up about things. Yeah, no joke. You noticed. Yeah. And sometimes I take things a little too far. That too. In Paris, I guess we're quick to forget about being nice to each other, about being polite, and for a taxi driver, you're a real sweetheart. She gives you a short laugh. This is what I suggest. I'm going to exit the cab. I'm going to go for a little walk in the cold and get my mind off things. And then, when I get home, I'll destroy all the information I have on you. Is that okay with you? You nod yes. Thank you. This word echoes for a minute through the taxi. Your passenger reaches for the door. The door opens and closes. You're alone in the taxi, your head spinning slightly as if you'd had a drink. Just one, but something really strong. You briefly try to remember that night. Nothing. Nothing but a vague impression of something behind you. The killer's silhouette. A fleeting presence. You shake your head. There's nothing more than before. If only you had turned around, everything would have been easier. If you had seen the face of... All at once you start the cab. So I didn't get to pick up my freaking suspect because Mitch's bitch face needed an apology for being cut off. Alright, whatever. So who else we got? Any more suspects? I really needed to pick up that guy. Damn it. That bitch. Where am I at? Still doing pretty good on gas. I could probably do another trip for sure. As long as it's not too far away. Let's see, somebody I haven't done before. I think I did this mysterious man. Let's do this like, I don't know, trendy person. They got glasses and the shaved hat at the side of their head. Seems pretty trendy. No newspaper available. Oh yeah, I forgot about the newspapers. Sometimes people just leave them in my cab, right? I need to go to St. Owen. Okay, accept. Your passenger... your next passenger does not simply get in. She throws her something. Energetic, lively, chatty. She looks like she never stops. She gives you her address and heaves a big sigh. You start driving. Aw, man. Shit, I don't believe it. This evening, your passenger's face is lit up by a huge smile. I'm telling you, unbelievable. What's going on? Is there a problem? What's going on? I saw this movie tonight. Unfucking believable. Out of this world, actually. Out of this world sucked, I mean. She looks over at you. One gigantic piece of intergalactic crap. I don't understand why no one said anything. I mean, people must have seen it before it came out in theaters. The people that made the credits, the music or whatever. Yet not a soul. Not a single soul thought to mention there was no way they could shovel such a pile of excrement into theaters. You can't quite tell if she's truly angry or actually kind of enjoying it. That's the nature of people who don't like art. I feel like sometimes they really enjoy not liking the art. Hold on, let me explain. The movie starts. This family adopts a little girl. As soon as I laid eyes on her, I couldn't stop laughing. There's something sketchy about her. Okay, I know it's not very nice, but if I was going to adopt a kid, I wouldn't choose the one who looks like a murderer. So, I say to myself, damn, wouldn't it be hilarious if she was actually an old lady with no wrinkles? And I started laughing to myself. Every time she came on screen, I couldn't stop laughing, you know? Imagine her taking her bath and her skin's all wrinkly and shit, and she's really good at crossword puzzles and stuff too, so her family starts to get suspicious. Okay, obviously some weird stuff happens. Her parents start to think she's a sleepwalker or possessed or something. I gotta admit, I wasn't paying too much attention. I was stuck in my own little world.
And it goes downhill from there. The girl tries to kill her parents. So the mom starts to investigate. She wants to understand what happened to the girl she adopted. Turns out she was really born decades ago. Her little girl is actually an old lady. She slaps her thigh and starts laughing. I fucking knew it. I knew it all along. I started bawling right there in the theater. It must have annoyed the hell out of the other people, but dude, it was too good. Too good. Your passenger appears to be ecstatic, and yet her face becomes expressionless. She falls silent and settles into the back seat. A real turkey. You okay? Let her be. So you okay? Doesn't change, right? Your question throws her off. Yeah. Yes, I think so. She smiles weakly. A moment goes by, then she clears her throat. Excuse me. Would you mind sharing something about yourself? You're surprised and take a minute before answering. Come again? About a movie you saw. I mean, I keep going on, but I want to hear from you. You hesitate, but there's something about the look in your passenger's eye. First kiss at the movies, first movie you ever saw, last movie you saw, refused. How about last movie you saw? I can tell you about the last movie I saw on TV. Your passenger is beside herself. On TV? Yeah, I don't get out much. She opens her mouth but chooses to stop there. Anyway, it was a black and white movie. Japanese. Japanese? Yeah, not sure how I happened upon it. You were at the hospital after the attack. Your roommate had taken the remote. He spent the whole day on history channels, documentaries on World War II, brutalists, architecture, Tibet. Then one evening, that movie, an odd breath of fresh air. What was it about? It was, kind of crazy. I didn't understand everything. A friendship between a jazz buff and an American soldier? Took place after the war, I think. The Japanese guy is sure the other guy must be a great jazz man because he's black. It was really weird. It sounds unusual. What was it called? I need a second to remember the title. Black Sun, I think. What did it do for you? You hold her gaze in the rearview mirror. Tell the truth, don't tell the truth, avoid the subject. Tell the truth? It touched me. I don't listen to jazz, but I think I understood what it represented. It is freeform music, and the characters in the movie are trying to be free, though they never really get there. You're running out of air. They speak two different languages and can't understand each other. You imagine yourself on the hospital bed again, the TV on, the yellow subtitles. Sounds pretty nice. Can't be that easy to find a black and white Japanese film about jazz. She smiles at you. I feel like the Japanese really like jazz, though. So I think there's probably a pretty good chance you could find multiple movies about jazz. I know there's an anime about jazz called Kids on the Slope, and it's a great anime. It's all about jazz. Thanks for telling me about it. I needed it. It's my job. Why were you sad earlier? You're welcome. I'm gonna ask her why she was sad earlier. I'm not sad. It's just that I think I'm tired of going to the movies alone. Okay, sorry, I'll read that again. I think I'm just tired of going to the movies alone. It's fun and all for a while. It's kind of a drag, you know. But after a while, it's kind of a drag, you know. She flashes you a smile. Good thing I got you. You pull up in front of the young lady's home. She glances at the windows at the top floor and sighs. Here goes. Good night. She pays her fare and gets out of the cab. The icy wind beats against her. You can hear her swearing as she disappears into the cold. Seems like there was definitely something about her home life or something. Like, it sounds like she's going to, maybe, perhaps, this is totally an assumption, but maybe she's going to the movies to get away from her house. Whoa, what is happening? That was weird. It's like vibrating the whole screen there. That was strange. Why does it do that? That's interesting. Okay, we got a suspect here, so we're definitely gonna pick that guy up, I think. And he's close by, so hopefully we won't get interrupted like we did last time. Still doing pretty good on gas, so I think we're good. Gotta get some clues, dude. Halfway through the night. I think it's because I'm at the top of the map, just doing that weird, like, stuttery thing. Oh, he's also going to St. Owen. Isn't that where the last girl went? You immediately recognize the passenger who just climbed into the back the seat of your cab. Oh yeah, I recognize him. Oh, is my stream looking okay, guys? I just saw a little message here. It says encoding overloaded. I don't know. I must have a setting that must not quite be right, but is the stream looking okay tonight? Anybody who might be hanging out? I guess you guys probably would have said something if not, but just want to throw that out there. Oh, no problem, dude. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I think it's just because I'm in a game and OBS is like not the main thing right now, so it's just giving me some weird stuff. You know, short aside here, one thing I think that's crazy when you think about like my stream computer versus my gaming computer, using OBS on my gaming computer, OBS is taking 4% of my CPU, less than 4 most of the time. And on my streaming computer, it's like I do one thing and it's like 90%, like, oh god, oh. You're not used to OBS on your gaming PC too, yeah, I'm definitely not used to it. So, and I guess I don't have to get too used to it because thanks to you guys, I was able to buy some parts today. I was really glad. I found a pretty good deal on an i7. I think all together with the i7 processor, the motherboard, because I got a combo deal. And then with the RAM, it was about $600, I think. So yeah, I had to pay about, which I had 400 something from you guys. So yeah, I had to pay about $200 out of my own pocket. So that's why I could do it right away. So it's thanks to you guys for sure. So thank you guys for all of your support. And hopefully next week we'll be on that. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see. Now this guy. Okay, so we just picked up a guy. I don't know when he came back now, but we just picked up one of our suspects. He is the lawyer guy who may have killed the molester, I guess, is kind of what we're connecting it to, because he defended some kids in some molestation cases, I guess. So just a little background. All right, his face has been plastered all over the news for the last few weeks. He's a lawyer. A lawyer who is representing a terrorist. He gives you an address and you start driving. He holds your gaze in the rearview mirror like he's trying to read your mind. You drive across a virtually empty Paris. Behind you, the lawyer nervously consults his notes. Everything alright? He answers without looking up. Yes. You get the message and leave him alone. You continue driving without saying a word. Your passenger mutters. Why did I say that to the cops? He's not taking this seriously. He doesn't get it. Idiot. There again. He says it again. Alright. Is he contradicting himself, or just... You glance into your mirror. The lawyer looks like a smaller version of himself. Sure everything's alright? Closes his eyes and remains silent for a while. You see him start to break. I can't take it anymore. He takes a deep breath. He loses control of his voice. This guy's a real asshole. He's not just a monster, he's a total idiot. Tears form at the corner of his eyes. I've never been such a moronic defendant. I've never seen such a moronic defendant. You know what it's like to defend a moron? You know what it's like to get only 3 hours of sleep at night so you can defend a fucking moron? Do you have any idea? He yells so loudly the windows shake. Sorry, are you talking about... I think I'm sorry will make him feel bad, right? About the outburst, and he's just trying to like vent, so how about are you talking about?
Yes, of course I'm talking about him. Who else? Who else could I possibly be talking about? You've seen my face in all the magazines, all the papers, right? His voice teeters, blind with rage. That's me, the terrorist's best friend, a traitor to this country. He pauses, barely, just enough time to take a deep breath. Jesus effing Christ already! He kicks the seat in front of him. Jesus! He calms himself down. He steadies his breath. I'm the one who agreed to it. I actually fought to represent him. It's my own damn fault, and I'm being dragged through the mud. Why would he choose to defend him, then? Why would he fight for it? He raises his hand, snickers. Yeah, I admit it. At first, I thought it was pretty great. Being on TV, all the interviews, journalists asking my opinion about everything. Shook so many hands, said so many words, sentences, yet actually said nothing. When I worked in the hood, not a single person cared about my work. And now, in 5 hours, I have to be on the radio. In 7, on TV. He pauses, breathes. His voice sounds further and further away. You should get some rest. You need to try to calm down. How about you should get some rest, man? He chuckles. Rest? No way. Actually, it's simple. I almost never sleep. When I lie in bed, I stare at the ceiling and go over the evidence in my head. He sits up. It's barbaric, disgusting, so horrific. It's almost unreal. He lets out a sigh from somewhere deep in his body. And then I discover my client bought nails. The nails that were in the bombs at the corner market, and he kept the receipt. He kept the fucking receipt. Folded in half and slipped into his wallet. It's what I see when I close my eyes. Disemboweled bodies and a receipt for €2 worth of nails. Why? He raises his voice quite high. Why, for God's sake? He thought he could expense it when he got to heaven? He pauses. So stupid and so dangerous. He disgusts me. He revolts. Why defend him then? Someone has to defend him. I'm saying, why defend him then? Because everyone has the right to an attorney. Everyone without exception. But why fight to defend him? Otherwise, justice is no longer just. His fit of rage subsides. His fingers are shaking. When I signed on, I thought I'd be representing someone crazy. And I find out he's just a moron who's played too many video games. The guy's never even read the holy book, they just used to... The guy's never even read the holy book they used to justify their so-called acts of martyrdom. He read a few pages online. Or passages online. Passages. Online. Do you have any idea what a complete moron he is? He chuckles. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I should have said all that. He takes a deep breath. I don't have anyone else to talk to about it. All the other lawyers avoid me like the plague. My mother can't understand why I'm doing this. She's so ashamed. She went back to Algeria. He is shaking. I get the shame. What I don't get is when people just lump things together. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not a murderer. You made the right choice. No one else would do it. He's a terrorist. I'm gonna say no one else would do it, because I don't know that he made the right choice, but he's got like sort of like a noble reason for making the choice. When he says he fought for it, it's like, why did you fight to defend this guy? I don't understand that. It must be that no one else would do it, right? Yeah, so what? We get a prize? No, I get spit on every day. Why? For a moron. We could hang him right here, right now, and no one, I'm telling you, would shed a tear. He stays quiet for a moment, catches your gaze. That's why I keep doing this. He slows his breathing. For equality, our country was founded on it. These rights have been abused far too often for me to look the other way. His anger seems to be lifting. The taxi has almost reached its destination. In the backseat, the lawyer is much calmer. His voice is soft. I need to be reminded of this. This will serve as a lesson. He looks at you in the mirror and bores into you with his gaze. It's odd, isn't it? That I ran into you tonight? I mean, as if... No, forget it. You pull over. He pays his fare. Wait, don't take this the wrong way, but he hands you another bill. Here, this is for you, for listening, for hearing what I had to say. I'll take it. You slide the bill into your pocket. He looks relieved, gathers his belongings strewn across the back seat. As he's getting out of the cab, you realize he left an envelope behind. For a second, one tiny second, you hesitate. It could be something important. It could be a clue! It could be a clue! Do I keep the envelope? I don't know, I'm gonna leave this one up for a little bit. I'll give you guys 30 seconds for that delay. What do you guys think? Should I say that he forgot something, or should I say nothing and keep it? Because it could be a clue. What do you think? Honestly, I don't really see him being the murderer. Because he doesn't really seem like he wants to judge people. He really wants people to get a fair shake, right? So I feel like he's probably not the murderer, so maybe I should just say you forgot something and give him his envelope back. I don't know. Anybody got an opinion? I'm thinking we say you forgot something. We do the right thing, I guess, I would say. Could be evidence. I know, that's what I'm saying. It could be evidence. It could totally be evidence. But do we act on that or not? Because it could be evidence, but is it really going to be evidence of that? Because it would have to be, if it's evidence, he would have to be like the murderer, I would assume, right? I mean, I guess it could be evidence that exonerates him. I haven't got much evidence lately. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Alright, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. We're gonna say nothing. I'm gonna take that as an answer. And say nothing. He gets out of the taxi, walks a few steps away, and turns around to wave you down before entering a bistro. To wave at you before entering a bistro. A bistro? You turn around and grab the envelope your suspect left behind. You'll open it when you get home tonight. You drive off. Yeah, at least I got something to bring home. Alright, let's see here. What do we got next? Still got a pretty good amount of gas, to be honest. I feel like I've been doing really short trips lately. Any suspects? We don't have any suspects. I'm kind of wondering what this TV thing is with the face. I gotta pick that thing up at one point. Let's get some gas, and then we'll see if we get a suspect before the end of the night. It's pretty early in the morning, so I don't know how much more of the night we have. It looks like not a whole lot up here in the top right. We'll go ahead and get some gas first. I think we can get a newspaper at the gas station, and that should do something. I think I should get something from that. Maybe a piece of evidence, maybe not. You pull over and stop at the gas station. And the soul in sight. The fluorescent lights irritate your eyes, and the smell of pee is wafting up from the space in between the pumps. You know, that reminds me of the smell of pee here. Really weird. Reminds me of, I saw a video where I guess I think it's in France. That's why it's reminding me of it. That they have these public urinal stations where it's just like a thing where you walk up to it and you just, you get just junk out in like this small little area and everybody can see you. You're just like covering just your private area. You can just pee right there on like the street corner or something like that. It's like the craziest thing. But at least to us in our culture, here in America, we definitely wouldn't think to do something like that. But it seems like it would probably be pretty handy, if in the right situation. I mean, if you have a problem with people peeing on the streets, I guess that's probably the next best solution. Yeah, it was crazy. Crazy thing I had never seen before. I mean, it's not crazy. I should stop saying that. It's just different than in America. It's self-service here. You pay directly at the pump. A mini mart over there. It must sell newspapers. The person behind the counter must see and hear things. Might be worth asking a couple questions. This place is as shady as ever. You're careful getting out of the cab. Fill the tank! Fill the tank! Boom. I forgot to see how big of a tip he left us. Must have been pretty good. You walk into the mini mart. Guy behind the counter doesn't
even look at you when he starts to talk in a lazy, lifeless tone. Yeah? It's funny how they give you these, like, scratchers. I just want the newspaper, dude. And talk to the clerk. Have you read the papers? He's all they're talking about. Just an offhand comment, casually brought up, about the serial killer. The guy behind the counter seems like he's interested in the case. New clue available in your room. Okay, interesting. So they don't tell me anything about the clue it gives me. They just give me a clue when I do this. Okay. Please come back soon. The clerk is still in the middle of a sentence when you leave the shop. Yeah, because we don't give a shit about what you have to say. Get into your taxi and drive away. Alright. Now, do we have a suspect? No suspects. Nobody's super interesting looking either there, in my opinion. It's that old lady again, and there's this person. I can't see this person's face, so they're a little mysterious, so let's do that. Mysterious. Ultra Skaters. That's their name. We need your kinda help. So is it like multiple people? Except. You pull your cab up to the sidewalk and lean over. Your next passengers are in the dark alleyway, just off the main street. They are, how to put it, in disguise. It's 4 superheroes in spandex suits stretched over their bodies. Cars, cats? Yeah. You gonna pick up some more cats? They remind you of a show from your childhood. Think about the show, call to your passengers. Let's think about the show. The show aired on Wednesday afternoons after school. You used to go to your friend Edward's house. Just interesting spelling. His dad was a geography teacher. The superheroes in the show were a group that fought against some kind of aliens in foam suits. It's a bunch of cats in a trench coat, yeah. Oh, that'd be so funny. I'd almost, like, not put it past this game to do that, in a way. Just as maybe it's, like, a good, like, comic relief or something. I don't know. Sounds like he's describing Power Rangers a little bit. Someone knocks really hard on your window. You jump. A passenger. He or she is standing right there, dressed in pink. You roll down your window. You our driver? It's a he, and even with his helmet on, you can smell the stench of booze on his breath. Yeah. He turns around in his pink suit. Hey guys, hey! The rest of the group turns around. It's our cab! A yelp of joy comes from the alleyway. All 4 suited passengers get into the car, one after another. The aroma of beer and piss wafts into the cab. Jeez. Ultra pink. Okay, man, I'll be brief. We lost Ultra Yellow. We don't know where she's hiding. The one dressed in green starts screaming in the taxi, a deep male voice with a southern accent. We're drunk! Yeah, like we didn't know already. Ultra Yellow. You want to look for her? What does she look like? How about you want to look for her? We don't want to look for her. We have to find her. Dramatic pause. He extends a shaking finger and points to the roof. Ultra, oh shit, I don't feel so good. Yellow is the one with the keys to our hotel room. Ultra Pink clears his throat like it might be a technique for getting the alcohol out of his system quicker. Anyway, you could just drive around the neighborhood slowly. She can't be far. The one in red, silent up until now, raises their head. Yeah, dudes, yeah. We're gonna look for her. We're gonna find her, and we're gonna get a drink because I'm thirsty. Are you dudes? A woman's voice or a teenager? You're not sure. Well, I went with the dude's voice, so sorry. Who's thirsty? Yays fill the cab. Everyone seems up for a drink. No, you're too drunk. I'll just say okay. I mean, they can do whatever they want. It's their lives. Your passengers are overwhelmed with joy, with the exception of the silent one leaning against the window behind you. Yes, let's go! You start driving. Keep your eyes peeled, guys, okay? Ultra Pink is riddled with hiccups and acid reflux. So, where should we start? We were at Furiosa when Ultra Yellow, we were drinking there until they refused to keep serving us. Fucking Nazi hipsters! Bring it down a notch. No need to get so excited. Why don't we start there? Maybe she's at the hotel, emptying the minibar, lucky duck. Oh yeah, not a bad idea. Or she's in the little park where we went to drink mead. A sigh escapes from the red helmet. Yeah, Nazi hipsters, what? Yeah, right? Yeah, that sounds like what is that, an oxymoron? At least by today's standards, for sure. At least in America, I should say. A sigh escapes from the red helmet. Yeah, an oxymoron, yeah, for sure. The beer was so cheap. It was called beer. Spelled wrong on the label and everything. But Red is right. Ultra Yellow might be in the little park. What should we do? Oh, fuck my stomach. Where should we go? Is right, Ultra Yellow might be in the little park. So they're either at the hotel emptying the minibar, which based on these guys seems like that's a reasonable thing to think. At the bar, but they got kicked out of the bar, didn't they? So I'm thinking either the hotel or the little park. I'm thinking maybe the little park. Let's go. To the park it is. Maybe she's still there. No, she was with us at the bar, right? I don't know anymore. They tell you how to find the park they're talking about, and you start the car. This is amazing. Go to the park. Let's go on a weird trip. Yeah, let's figure out what happens with the Power Rangers that are just drunk as fuck in the back. In back, they spark up a discussion centering on the following theme. Which country has the best price/amount of alcohol ratio? Obsessing about alcohol. You quickly tune them out. You let out a sigh and shake your head, hoping you'll be done with them soon. Pink and Red vote for Bulgaria. Green shouts that the only right answer is Croatia. As for Blue, he hasn't said a word all evening. You're starting to worry. The park finally comes into sight and silence fills the cab. I don't see anyone in this park here. You sure it's this one? Yeah, I recognize it. That's where I yacked up my insides. And yet, you're still totally drunk, dude. I'm not that drunk. I'll prove it. I can remember my credit card number. 4434. You give out your credit card number when you're drunk? Oh, no, never. Except when I'm drunk. What? Silence in the cab. That guy's got a bad habit, dude. I can remember my credit card. Dude, I can't remember my credit card number. And I hope you think it's America. Does anyone have a fucking idea? Clear your throat. There's still the bar. Yeah, the bar. Good idea. Yay! Maybe we could get a nice cold one while we're at it. No, we're going back for Yellow. Plus, they don't want us in there anymore. Do I need to remind you of the scene we made? Someone whispers the address of the bar. It's not far. You start the car. You can't help but smile. But wait, guys! Wait just one tiny second. Anyone check the trunk of the cab? Red pink sigh. Oh, come on. How can you be more drunk than I am? Did you pop some pills in the toilet again, huh? No, man, no! And they go on to discuss their darkest memories of boozing past. As for Blue, he still hasn't said anything. You watch him in the rearview mirror. If you go by the way his head is rolling, he's starting to fall asleep. You finally get to the bar and park where you can. Despite the time, the bar is still full of patrons and scattered across the sidewalk. Hey, look! Over there! What? What do you see? Well, that's ultra yellow, isn't it? They all lean over, except Blue, and to try to make out to the shape in the darkness. Oh, come on, that looks nothing like her. Honestly, you really need to stop drinking. I'm serious. You're making me thirsty. But I swear I thought it was her. I've had enough of him, I swear. No need to get upset. We'll find her eventually. We're never gonna find her. Never, ever. Jesus, stop screaming already. The car totally smells like licorice now. You're such an ass. She might be at the hotel? They look at you in silence. Not a bad idea. You're the man. This guy's a genius. Yeah, the hotel. She might already have crashed. I remember mine, but only one of them. One of these guys is gonna throw up in your car, right? Yeah, for sure. That Blue dude, or he's gonna die in here. Got some alcohol poisoning back there. Maybe she hooked up with someone. Shit. Yeah, okay, let's go. You start driving, a mild migraine taking over your head. You start driving to the address the pink guy gave you. Behind you, the discussion is getting out of hand. Pink and red think they never should have eaten at the sushi restaurant. Green is screaming that yellow was totally nuts anyway. As for Blue, not a peep. You're starting to get worried. I thought we were already starting to get worried. I'm gonna say something. Hey, say, your friend there, is he okay? Discussion is back in the back of the cab comes to a halt. Who? Oh, Ultra Blue? Yeah, don't worry. He's a silent drunk. Yeah, what he said, actually, it's the only way to get him to shut up. It's unusual. I was getting worried. Say nothing more. I say that's unusual. You're telling me. His deep voice disintegrates into a low grumble. But anyway, he's just fine. Aren't you Ultra Blue? Aren't you Ultra Blue? No answer from the concerned party. What's with the costumes? They are costumes. We're Ultra Warriors from the planet, from outer space! Yeah, stop your yelling for a second. Therefore, a bachelor party, Ultra Green here's our cherished friend. You won't be a virgin for much longer. Peals of laughter come from the back seat. I'm going to do nothing. 5 seconds later, silence fills the cab. In back, they're all looking out the windows just in case. There's an odd feeling in the air, like the last day of summer camp. With booze. A few minutes later, you pull up to the front of the hotel. It's a kind of place that tries really hard to appear classy. The flowers in the entryway are clearly artificial. Okay, so what's the plan? I'm going to ask if she's there and... Hey dudes, look, she's right there! Sitting right on the sidewalk a few meters from the hotel, you finally catch a glimpse of Ultra Yellow. She's leaning over and seems completely drunk. The pink guy starts fumbling with his spandex pants. We're going to take care of her. I think she needs us. I'll say understood. You get the impression he's suddenly in a hurry. Thanks for your help, man. We'll take it from here. Oh, yeah, man. Thanks for your help, man. Stop screaming, for fuck's sake. Your taxi was like an angel that fell out of the sky into a barrel of beer. Come on, get out. Everyone's had enough of your stinky breath. They get out of the car, one after another. Once on the sidewalk, they walk over to their friend and surround her. You focus your attention on your taxi for a while and collect your thoughts. The one guy who was screaming, his vulgar friend. Your head is pounding. You're shaken up. It's rare that your passengers get under your skin that much. And just as you're pulling... We got an achievement there. And just as you're pulling away from the hotel, you smell an unpleasant smell. You turn around. Blue left a stain in the back seat. Oh no! Normality goes more pay, at least, right? They better have paid. They didn't say anything about them leaving the fare. It's not really pee, nor is it vomit. It's indescribable. You glance outside. Your passengers are no longer in front of the hotel. Maybe they went inside? You open the windows and start driving. With a bit of luck, they'll be dry before you pick up your new passenger. You make a mental note to clean your taxi before you end your shift. No, they only gave me a 3 or almost 4 euro tip. Come on, dude. Drove around for you guys, dealt with your drunkenness. Yeah, there it is. Fucking staying in the back seat. Gee dang. Alright, any suspects? This might be my last trip for this night. And we only have one more night, and then Busted wants her freaking verdict. Yeah, I don't got any suspects, nothing. Oops, I accidentally clicked that guy. But we're on our way. Oh, I forgot to read the newspaper. You pull a newspaper out of your glove compartment and start leafing through it. Eventually, something grabs your eye. It's a rather positive critique of the bar called Solis. You make note of the information with interest. In your line of work, that kind of thing can always come in handy. You turn the page and stop. You've read about a third of the newspaper. Keep reading. You stop reading and go back a few pages. You thought you saw something. It's a quiet, involved article about the infamous police leaks affair. Who, why, and how all that confidential data was released to the public. The Justice Department is now looking at corrupt and violent cops who are known to be out of line. Concerned associations appalled by how transparent they are being. Or applaud, sorry, not appalled, my bad. Concerned associations applaud how transparent they are being. Sorry. Yet the more you read, the more you get the impression the journalist does not agree with their methods. You only have a third left to read. Then let's just read the whole thing. As soon as you get to the page, you stop. Your instinct tells you to look at. It's an article about the recent police leaks incident that retraces another data leak. 2 years ago, a bunch of confidential police documents were accidentally released. Documents about Ronan Besson, Charles Borgrain, and Simon Grodeshear, the judge's first 3 victims. Intriguing. You shut the paper. It'll end up in the trash tonight. If you remember, it's there. Otherwise, it will spend the rest of its days in your glove compartment. Or you can throw it on that stain in the back. Hopefully it'll soak some of that up. Alright, I got new people. Any of them suspects? Oh, there's the TV person. Oh, yep. Let's go into this guy. Old police officer, dude. Can I make it there in time? Alright, it looks like time doesn't... Oh, yeah, time does go down as I'm driving. Am I gonna make it? Oh, come on. We can make it. We need to get more evidence. I might barely make it. Oh my gosh, I barely made that. Okay, here we go. Accepting. Oh, I need to get another drink. You recognize the next passenger getting in your cab. A cop. The detective. I'm gonna have a Sprite and wait in here. Give me 1 sec, guys. BRB. Gotta keep the old whistle wet. Alright, here we go. Oh, welcome back, Stella. So what things can Boobot do? Boobot, if you lurk, like exclamation point lurk. Oh yeah, there's do it right there. He likes to perform that when you do it. Exclamation point lurk is now a Boobot thing. And what else do we have? And the first time anybody talks, he waves and says hello to them. If you do, or every once in a while, he'll tell everybody to like check out the Discord. What other things can he do? New follow. He'll react to follows, or it will. Yeah, there you go. Nice. If I got subs and stuff, it would react to all that stuff too. It reacts to raids. Yeah, and I can just add more commands to it. So what I'm trying to do is, I think he also does a hell yeah one. I'm not sure if I got that one in there, but I think there's one for hell yeah, the combo one. So I'm trying to get it to where, like, anytime we have like a cool thing that we do with commands, that he will do something with it as well. That's kind of like my idea there with him. So I'll get those commands somewhere where we can see that. Yeah, isn't he great? I like him. Hell yeah. Yeah, I didn't get the sounds working for hell yeah yet either, but they will be working soon. The whole, like, it used to say, like, give me a hell yeah. Alright, I'll finish that up for you guys. Oh, I can't hear. Oh, crap. Just gonna have to hold tab for it. I'll get it.
Hell yeah!
He says, hell yeah, brother.
What?
Yeah, it's kind of cool because you can give him like 3 responses that it can reply with. So it's kind of cool. You get a little bit of variety with that. Yeah, I got most of our stuff working over here today. I was actually really surprised with how easy it was to do with Mix It Up. Mix It Up, I could just back up all of my stuff, brought it over to my other computer, imported the backup, all my commands were there. I just had to make sure all the files were in the right place, update a couple file location strings, and then pretty much worked. I was really happy with how I had it organized before, because it made it very easy. All right, let me take a sip of Sprite here. Yes, the invisible drink. Sprite. Can cut a hole in me. Guess there's not really anything back there to see, but... Alright, let's get started with this. This is our ex-cop dude. He was a cop in the 70s, something like that. Yeah, he's a detective, that's right. Your suspect. He has a tired look about him. And not just because it's early. His voice drags. The usual place. St. Louis Hospital, then. You start driving. You notice right away that your passenger is cold. Very cold, in fact. He is shivering and chattering his teeth. You start driving, but keep an eye on him. Turn up the heat. How's that sound? He flashes a crooked smile. That's really not necessary, thanks, though. I'm not cold. It is my medication. Pretty bizarre side effects. 1 minute I'm hot, the next I'm cold. Not much fun, really, but it's for my own good. His face says otherwise. It's not quite convinced. Yeah, that's the thing about Boobot 2. I think they're called Capamons is the thing that they're called. Is they work with Trovo, Twitch, and I think YouTube. So hopefully once Glimish is more up and going, hopefully they'll get some Glimish support. That'd be cool, because I'd love that. Actually, maybe it's the cold. Hasn't been this cold in ages. Since 1982, I think. 83, maybe. And almost in a whisper, he adds, the ear of the tiger. Chinese ear of the tiger? He's smiling now, but continues shivering ever so slightly. No, the year we hunted a tiger down in Paris. Nothing to do with the Chinese. It's a really nice story, actually. Well, maybe nice isn't the right word. You'll see. And it'll get my mind off things. He has a nervous laugh and is clearly uncomfortable. Probably not used to appearing fragile. Fragile. It was late December. The weather was crap. Never been so cold in my life. The water in the fountains and gutters was frozen. At the office, most of my colleagues were sick. Stuck in bed. I was sick too, but I was new, so I sucked it up. I was blowing my nose every 5 minutes. My nose was red. My breath reeked of cough drops. We all looked like we were about to keel over. The switchboard phone rang and no one answered. I sighed, got up, picked up the phone. A woman screamed in my ear. A tiger, she said. Seen a tiger. Orange and black. Big as a motorcycle. In the Rue de Bouchy. I bust out laughing, told her it was a good prank, and hung up. Less than a minute later, the phone rang again. Second line too, then the one on the chief's office. Points to different areas of the car as if he can still hear the phones ringing. A tiger. A really big one. Rudy Bucci, Rudy Cine, Rudy Bogarts. The passenger rubs his chin and seems deep in thought. We were starting to think something fishy was going on, so we gotta move on. We grabbed our coats and scarves. One of the guys from the squad called his brother-in-law who works at the zoo in Venice. Venice? I suck at this. He sighs.
Outside, it was snowing buckets, huge flakes the size of our gear shift there. We were better off on foot. When we got to St. Michael, we walked down the Quiety Grads Augustins, knocking on doors. The people we talked to wanted us to take their word for it. They swore they'd seen a tiger, and they were dead serious. We walked the streets. Snow was slowing, but only barely. He looks at you. I'm sure you're familiar with the moment in the middle of the night when Paris is completely quiet. You nod. It's incredible. Like the city just stops for a moment. Yeah. Well, it was just like that. Utter and total calm. Absolute silence. The team broke into pairs. We checked alleyways and passageways. Back then, the neighborhood was like Swiss cheese, with nooks and crannies all over, garages built without permits. It wasn't a highbrow neighborhood it is today. He heaves a sigh. Seems sad. We went into the narrow street because my partner thought he saw paw prints. And he was right. There was snow all over the dumpster, on the roof of the garage, and the building's balconies. The tiger had climbed up there, so we followed. We pulled out our weapons and started after the prints. Dumpster, garage roof, balconies. My partner was huffing and puffing. Huge puffs of steam were escaping his mouth. Your passenger snickers. He stopped and told me that he must look like our ancestors, like prehistoric men wielding flint spears. We couldn't help laughing. We knew how stupid we must look. We got up to the roof. The tiger was there. Damn, what a shock. This guy never tips, does he? Yeah, I don't know if he does. I think maybe there's definitely a few people who didn't, I think. I think one of them was the journalist guy, but this guy might have been one of them too. It was a magnificent beast. Almost 2 meters in size, maybe more. It took our breath away. The tiger looked at us. There was fear in his eyes. He was shaking. We realized we'd screwed up. We never should have come. If it attacked, we had to kill it, but neither of us wanted to kill it after seeing it. He stared at us. Paris was utterly calm. Snow as far as the eye could see, a white skyline. And then, the passenger pauses. He closes his eyes slowly. Something in his voice cracks. He jumps off the roof. It was remarkable. A moment of silence. He's still shivering. He's trying to escape. He tried to kill himself. Say nothing. I'm saying he was trying to escape, right? No. He didn't aim for another building, or for me, or my partner. He jumped into the void. Knew he'd been cornered. The passenger needs a few seconds before going back to his story. You get the impression he's still shaking as much as when he got in. Now, where was I? Oh yeah. We leaned as far as we could off the roof to look below. It looked like he was asleep, lying comfortably on the snow. A giant orange and black spot on a feather bed. He watches the streets go by. The hospital is close now. What happened next? Where did he come from? Remain silent. What happened next? Paperwork. Lots of paperwork. Squad really took it to heart. It was a huge blow to morale. Like one of us had killed him. Like we'd lost one of our own. His hands go into his eyes, as if he's checking for tears. It was just a tiger. He closes his eyes and heaves a huge sigh. Just a tiger. You park in front of the hospital. Your passenger suddenly speaks up. His voice sounds more confident than before. I think I'd do just what the tiger did. His death seems so calm and gentle. Can't hurt too much to fall onto a huge bed of feathers. Glances quickly at his shaking hand. In the rearview mirror, the police inspector seems oddly small, as if he had shrunk during the ride. Seriously, can't hurt too much. He hands you his money and gets out of the cab. You watch him walking away without saying a word.
Sliding doors at the entrance of the hospital take far too long to open. You drive away. Tip of 25 cents. Having deja vu maybe because of this game being in Paris. Yeah? Yeah, you got deja vus of Paris. Have you been to Paris? What do you think's giving you that deja vu? It's a fun thing to say, isn't it? So I don't think I really got much, like, clues there. I feel like every time I do one of those rides with the suspects, I don't get clues. As much as they just get very humanized to me. That's the end of the night already, yeah. Good. I have met Ludovine. Things didn't go so well at first with Ludovine. I think, losses. Damn, I've lost a lot of money. You confessed to Ludovine, you were the one who killed his victims, but they ended up okay. I guess it could have gone really south with her, huh, if I would have, like, argued. You have met Leah. You told Leah about the Japanese movie you saw at the hospital. You have met Salim. It's the old cop. Never been to Paris. It was from when you said paperwork. Oh, okay, gotcha. You stole his documents. Yeah, I did. You have met the Ultra Skaters. You found Ultra Yellow in front of the hotel. Frangonard hunted a tiger. Yeah, that's all I learned about him, which does not seem very useful. Alright, see what evidence we got, huh? None of these people feel like killers to me so far. I haven't got to ride with the guy on the far right, though, because we got interrupted by Ludovine, that stupid bitch. You take a few minutes to update your board with new clues. A bus goes by, making the walls shake. You take your shoes off before getting to work. This is the only thing I got with Salim's files. Well, I guess good thing we took it. Let's investigate. New clue. I think it's this one. Victim 3 equals respected colonel and community pillar. Well, he was also he's a respected colonel and a community. How is he a respected colonel? Because he was like a part of the junta during the process. Was he respected? Respected by the wrong people? First 3 victim files equal not part of police leak. That's a new clue that we got. Not a part of police leak. And if they weren't a part of the police leak, that's why it meant that one of these two must be it, right? So I'm investigating the first 3 victims. So he investigated them, so that puts him under the whole, like, research them, right? Killer knew the victims or researched them. I kind of want to meet this guy. He's a cop, his dad was a cop. Died 2 years ago, mom got health issues. And he's gay, in a relationship, never discloses this information at work. Huh. Okay, don't have a whole lot here to do, so we're going to go ahead and end the night. We're on to the last night for this story, I think. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the sofa bed. Its frame creaks. Money's on the old guy still, like the old cop guy, because that's who I'm leaning against. He seems to have the most poignant clues pointing to him being the bad guys, I think. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches and you are in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You don't quite know where you are anymore. To be honest, you're completely lost. You shake your head and your mind wanders for a second. And a question comes to mind. A very odd one. So odd, you need to say it out loud to be sure you're not dreaming. Was that really Santa Claus? You lie there for a moment, listening to the echo of your own voice resonating around your studio apartment.
The silence lulls you. Just when you're about to fall asleep, you think you hear a voice in the distance. He doesn't judge souls. You jump, without understanding where the voice is coming from. Outside, Paris is waking up. You fall asleep. Yeah, creepy. You open one eye. You slept badly. Sometimes you're so tired you can't seem to get any rest. You'd like to understand how that's even possible. You get up quickly. Oh yeah, I totally get that feeling. I feel like I've been there before. And a few minutes later, you're outside your studio. So, I feel like I'm going to ask this question twice tonight, I think. But, what do you guys think about doing the next story in this game after we finish this one, after we finish the Judge? Because I think we're probably going to finish it after this night in game. And I'd be interested to do the next one, but it's, you know, if you guys aren't enjoying it as much, then obviously we could switch to something else. But just let me know what you think. I'll probably ask you again after we complete it, though, because, you know, our feelings could change. Just interested in your thoughts. Okay, yeah, here we go. Let's go to this guy. I'm not even going to skip a beat. We're going straight to our suspect. I have not met this guy yet. Police car flies by and practically cuts you off. The flashing blue lights blinds you. I always think it's interesting when they do that. Totally down. Really have been enjoying it so far. Nice. I'm glad. I think it's fun. It's pretty, like, easy as well, you know? It's not like a whole lot of, it's more like thinking and reading than it is, like, actually doing things. And it's a nice refresher, I think. So I think it's fun. I like the story so far and the different people. It feels, I guess I always kind of think of it as, like, an audiobook, as a streaming game. It feels like I'm just kind of reading the story to you guys and we're just getting to experience the story together, you know? Right, Boobot? Yeah, that's right. You pull up in front of the address the central office gave you. A crepe joint. Quite a popular one by the looks of the line spilling out of the door and onto the sidewalk. You sit for a moment. The door opens and a group of 30-somethings come into view. All the men and women are dressed alike. Sporty, running shoes, jeans, small shoulder bags. I just feel bad forcing you to pronounce French words. That's the worst part, dude. That's the only bad part about this game. And it's not really, like, bad. Obviously, I don't want to be like, I don't know what Jinko is or whatever. You know, I think French is awesome. I'm an ignorant American and I don't know it. And so it's just really difficult for me. Also, as someone who is, you know, like, conquered dyslexia to some degree, like, it's a little rough sometimes. But as long as that doesn't ruin the experience for you guys, I think it's okay. Like, I'm okay with it. I don't mind looking like an idiot sometimes. Because even a non-French word will give me every once in a while, too, so. But yeah, I think that's funny you point that out, yeah, for sure. Alright, they're officers from the Paris Anti-Crime Squad. In plain clothes. You sigh. They're brutish types. Ones who like to race, tackle, clobber. Ones who ruin the afternoons you spent wandering around Paris in your teens. After a bit, one of them pulls away from the group and comes over to your taxi. He opens the door and collapses onto the back seat. He is stocky and of Asian descent. You can see his muscles through his thick winter clothes. He smells like crepes and hard cider, and his face is bright red. Hey, what's up? I live near Tyrnus. He chuckles as one of his colleagues rushes over to the taxi and pulls an imaginary gun from his coat. He points to his badge and screams at you with a big smile on his face. What a douchebag! The other cop eventually backs off, and you drive away. Sorry, man. We're having a going away party for a colleague and celebrating Christmas too. But no worries. Your passenger smiles, then puts his fingers back on his temples. I drank too much. Shit. I'm a lightweight, and they knew it. I think they were trying to loosen my tongue. His behavior changes abruptly, like he's just seen a ghost. One question. Yes? Do taxi drivers have some sort of policy or ethics code?
No. Not sure I understand. Yes, of course. I'm going to say not sure I understand. Have me explain a little bit more? Like priests. Or doctors. If I tell you something, can you keep it to yourself? What is it called? Attorney-client privilege, or stuff like that? Oh, I didn't see what you said. Even without dyslexia, I can't pronounce these right. Yeah, us ignorant Americans, we're not used to these combinations of letters together, right? And it's like the little accents that get me because I don't know them well enough. I don't know which ones make me pronounce things which way. It's like I don't know the phonetics of French, and so that makes it really hard. Yeah, get him to spill the beans. Yeah, confidentiality. Yeah, there you go. That's the word. Yeah, you guys both got it. You start speaking before you even have a chance to reply. I've been lying to my colleagues for years. I joined the squad 8 years ago, and they think I'm in a relationship with a woman who lives in Strasbourg, and that we're going to get married. It makes a strange yelping noise, like an air bubble bursting on the surface of water, or of a river. As soon as they get too close to Strasbourg, I start making up stories. We've almost broken up 10 times. I convinced them we're trying to have a kid, but it hasn't worked yet. He sighs. Fuck, saying it out loud is just worse. It's the worst. His eyes are getting shiny. I'm gay. A deep breath. I'm getting married in a few weeks to my boyfriend. Another breath, longer, deeper. No one at work knows. Not a soul. Sounds like he works with too many Chads, huh, bruh? Yeah, go, Jinx, there you go. Time me out. Yeah. You guys can time each other out for jinxes or whatever. That's funny. The next sentence comes out in a rush. He holds his breath the whole time. I like men. I've always liked them. I've always liked men. But I work in a police station and listen to their comments, to their jokes all day long. When we catch a guy who's never done time before, we tell him briefly what he should expect. We talk about the violence, about the... Finally, he breathes in again. I say we because I'm in on it. Because I can say fag any time of day without any prompting. The word rolls off my tongue completely naturally. Fag. He finally looks you in the eye. They're not mean. Who? He shakes his head. My colleagues. My colleagues aren't mean people. They're cops. Not mean. Just doing the job. He manages to flash a tiny, crooked smile. You know what I'd really like? He pauses. I only time people out by accident. Like Shiloh and Bolin. Time myself out on glimmers. Yeah, I think I remember that. I actually get like a list of when people time each other out, and I think I saw that. Self-discipline. There you go. What do they call that? Flagellation? Right? Flagellate or whatever? I don't know. What do you, like, whip yourself or whatever to punish yourself? I think it's like a religious practice or something. I'd like to have them over for dinner. Everybody on the squad. They could see my place. We could play a board game. Something normal, you know? And they can meet James. He's your partner. I'm going to assume that's his partner. I mean, he's your husband-to-be. Why do I need to ask that? Who's he? I don't need to say... I mean, I can assume James is his partner, so I'll just say nothing. I still don't believe it. His hands are shaking, visibly. It's crazy. Crazy. He smiles at last. A genuine smile. Can you believe it? We're getting married in 2 weeks. After living together for 9 years. For 9 years, he's been willing to live in a lie. Does he hold it against you? He understands? James, he's English? How about he understands? It's wild, but yes. Did I say flatulate? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt. I was throwing a bunch of words out there. Flagellation? Flagellation? Is it J? Something like that. You know what I'm talking about. He knows I love my job and I couldn't possibly do anything else. He loves me enough to let me keep lying. He slowly shakes his head.
But I can't go on like this. I have to. He freezes. Shit, my head is spinning. I don't feel so good. Why am I telling you all this? Why? He grabs onto the seat in front of him. Hey, can you pull over? You stop immediately. He opens the door and leans the top half of his body out. He throws up. You open your window to the air at the greasy smell of fried crepes and your sour scent of cider. A moment later, the cop sits back up. Okay, I'm all set. I got it all out. You start driving again. I'm sorry, really. As long as it's not my taxi, breathe, it's alright. I'm gonna say breathe. I just feel like that's like, almost like it's alright, but with a little bit more, like I care about you, dude. Like, you know, be okay, you know? Yeah, you're right. You nod while your passenger moans and quietly says, I'm sorry. Don't worry. He pauses to catch his breath. Shit, I haven't barfed like that since last Easter. It made me drink this South African liquor, something with cream and cocoa. Nasty. I can still picture it. I was doing shots while they shouted my name. Karate Kid! Karate Kid! Karate Kid. Jeez. These people are not very good friends, dude. They're pretty hardcore chads, dude. I guess the people who I grew up with in my rural town, dude. It sucks. Like, I assume they're calling him, I guess what I'm saying is I think they're calling him Karate Kid just because he's Asian, right? All of a sudden that means he knows karate or something. I'll just let him continue. It was a rough night. We just closed the case. He groans. You glance in the rearview mirror. You okay? Everything's spinning again. Can you pull over. The repeat of last time. He opens the door, leans his head out, his torso, his arms. The sound makes your stomach churn, so you stare straight ahead. Can I ask you a question? What do you mean there? Chad's not familiar? Oh, it's like like a internet meme thing where anybody who's like the musclehead, frat boy, usually very ignorant and sometimes vaguely racist people, like they're called Chads because they're usually named Chad is like the idea. It's kind of like a Karen, if you're familiar with what a Karen is. It's usually like a bitchy mom. Yeah, bro culture, that sort of thing. They're like, yeah, what's up, bro? You can pass me another beer, bro? Or whatever, you know, treat this woman like shit. You know, whatever. Call that dude a queer or some shit, you know? Like, those are Chads. Chads are like the people who think they're alpha males and everybody else are betas and they're lower than them and stuff like that. It's just like a word to encapsulate that idea. I don't know that anyone's really truly a Chad, but people have Chad, like elements to their personality. It's kind of like the Karen thing. You don't have to be called Karen to be a Karen, if you understand that that analogy or whatever. The whole like Karens are like people who want to see the manager and you never talk to my son again and that kind of thing or whatever. Yeah, good humans only, yeah, for sure. And the fur babies. Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to associate with a Chad, really. But I feel like that's kind of like the what he's talking about with the cops here. They sound like they're that kind of people, you know, like they're so ignorant, so they just call him Karate Kid just because he's Asian, that sort of thing. So that seems like a Chad type of thing. More puke on the sidewalk, a little inside the vehicle. Oh yeah, he's asking me a question right now. Go ahead, say nothing. Go ahead, for sure. We need to get more information out of this guy. Let him offer it up. Fine, shoot. He sits up, prompts you to drive. So, here goes. What should I do? Should I keep on going? Or keep on keeping on? Should I confess? Should I invite them to my wedding and surprise them? He pauses. It's a long one. Be straight with me. What would you do if you were me? If you were in my shoes? I think you're being hard on yourself. You're hurting yourself rather than trying to solve the problem. You're not going to change your sexual orientation or leave your husband. So there aren't a ton of alternatives. have to tell them, you have to find a new profession, you have to leave here. You have to leave here? Like, just him and his husband go somewhere else, maybe is what he means by that? I don't think he needs to find a new profession, because it sounds to me like the cops need more people that are more like him, that are, you know, like, would probably rather not be the way those other cops are. So I think you should tell them and kind of force those cops to have, or those other people to have, like, a realization moment, or of like, oh, I'm friends with somebody who I, like, make fun of them, in a way, you know, like the group that he identifies with, and hopefully that can slowly change them. Yeah, tell them for sure. Alright. Tell them. Wow. I've got to tell them. He looks at you in the mirror. Can you take me somewhere else, if you don't mind? I don't mind. My colleagues are at a bar. I'll go see them. Tell them everything. If I don't do it now, then I'll never do it. A smile of relief spreads across his face. It's not just the alcohol talking? Yes. But I think it's about the 10th time I've gotten wasted this month. You're right. I'm hurting myself. He gives you a new address. I need to tell them now. I feel terrible, but I think I'll feel better if I speak to them directly. His headache is apparently back and has knocked him out a bit. You're used to having drunk people in your cab. Actually, the majority of your Saturday night passengers are drunk. I don't know how to tell them about this. From the tone of his voice, you can tell he's beginning to panic. I don't think I'm ready. Should I turn around? Turn around. He scans your face, trying to figure out what you're thinking. You think that it's your decision. Good then. I want to go to the bar. He seems determined despite his shaky voice. I want to tell them about James. You're about to say something when he cuts you off. My mind is made up. He smiles briefly and you turn back towards the bar. For the remainder of the trip, your passenger is silent. From time to time, he massages his temples. His headache is persistent. When he sees you watching him in the rearview mirror, he raises a hand. Everything's fine. It's cool. He smiles like someone slowly sobering up. Weariness replacing the alcohol, stress taking over giddiness. You stop the car. Your passenger waits for a second. Then all of a sudden, like he just woke up, he realizes you're at the bar. Already? Yes. He pays his fare, but is frozen in place. A piece of advice? Don't drink too much, pay the first round, tell them how you feel, give them time. Tell them how you feel. I think. Cultures are weird sometimes. I have military and first responders in my family. Up until recently, there was no acceptance for anyone queer. I think it also depends on the area of the country. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on your experience, I think. I mean, I think it's just like there's like a clear correlation between people who have experienced other people's cultures and people who haven't, and how accepting they are of that. I think that's why you see a lot more people who like live in more crowded areas seem to have more empathy for people like minorities and stuff. Just because they have so much more experience with people in general. I think when you're in a rural town, like when I was growing up, I definitely didn't have very much exposure to anything other than just the people around me, which was a very limited sample size of people. And then once I, went to college, once I moved to the city and stuff, I definitely, I had some perspective changes and everything as well. And yeah, you just gotta, present people with the information, and I think majority of the time people will make the right call. I'd like to believe that, right? But yeah, that's why it's don't give up on people. Just because someone doesn't, accept it now doesn't mean they can't accept it later. You know what I mean? Just gotta slowly work on some people. Not everybody comes to those realizations as easy as, say you do or something like that. My mom told me she's sad she couldn't be the cool mom and to be accepting because me and my siblings weren't gay. That's funny. She could have been the hipster mom because she has a gay kid or something like that. The cool mom. Hey, look at me, I'm accepting. She didn't get the chance. That's pretty funny. I know we had a friend of ours that came out as gay as a high schooler. And I thought that was probably a pretty good experience for a lot of people in our high school, because nobody, I think he may have been the first one that I knew of
that had come out as gay, and it was just like obviously I didn't care because I've never really cared about that at all, but there was definitely other people who cared, you know what I mean? So it was just very interesting to see everybody's reaction to that, you know? Very eye-opening, maybe I should say, instead of interesting. The best friend is gay, rejected by his family because they are Orthodox Jewish. Oh no. He's the nicest people I know. I bet, yeah. Man, that's rough. That's really unfortunate when people can do that sort of thing. They can use their religion, especially to like hate people. Like, it's like, that sucks. Yes, right. I told him that you should tell them how he feels. We know each other well enough. They should understand. Yeah, and if they don't, then they weren't ever going to, right? In any case, flashes you a grin. Thank you. I don't quite remember what I said, but thank you. He jumps out of the taxi so quickly you'd think someone kicked him in the ass. You follow his stocky figure and with your gaze. He goes into the bar, looks for his friends, and waves. You drive off. I feel like he couldn't be him. I don't know, like the older police dude, the older cop guy, he doesn't really seem like that much of a murderer, but he seems the most like a murderer. I mean, that homeless dude though, he had some pretty sketchy shit going on last time we saw him, you know what I'm saying? So I'm glad I grew up more reformist Jewish. Oh, did you? Right, there you go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely good that there are like sects or, you know, different partitions of religious groups that are becoming more open to that sort of thing. That's good. Don't have too many options of people to take. No suspects. So I guess we're just going to go with this old timer. I mean, it looks like an older dude. Turns out it's a young lady. A young madam. Oh, quit crying, Boo Bottom. Sorry, I didn't mean to program you to cry all the time. If the gay cop did it, I think it would be a spontaneous, not multiple, and not planned. Yeah, absolutely. It would be more spontaneous. Yeah, because he seems like it would have to be focused around what he's feeling, right? Which would have to do with the fact that he's like closeted gay to his co-workers, you know? And so I would feel like it would take more of the form of that. And none of the victims that we've seen any evidence for have anything like that involved. And I think you're right. It would be like one time, not multiple, not serial. That doesn't make sense. Not Jewish, but my area is very conservative. I was a Shabbat helter. I don't know what that means. What's a Shabbat helter? So explain that to us. Interesting. I have never even seen the word Shabbat. I guess unless you got auto-corrected. He seems to dedicated to his work. He also investigated the first three. Oh, who, the older cop guy? Seems too dedicated to his work. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what else we can get, I guess. All right, now we got Dennis Petitjean. Petitjean. The Plain Saint Denis. Please. Hey, Saint Denis. Saint Denis is a town. Saint Denis right here. Saint Denis is a town in Red Dead. Oh, the gay cop. Gotcha. Did he investigate the first three? I guess I missed that part. Your passenger climbs into the cab and slams the door shut behind him. Good evening, Plain Saint Denis, please. He stops short, visibly sizing you up. Do you know where it is? You nod yes. Avenue des Magasins Généraux. So, you know the street? Oui, monsieur. He looks at you intently. You know all the streets in Paris? This question drips with disbelief. You know you know his kind to all well. Wait, you know his kind well, the sort who'd refer to you as the Arab and not bat an eyelid. Okay, got one of these guys, kind of like the people we're talking about. Shabbat helper is a non-Jewish person that will help families in case of an emergency since they can't use electricity, handle money, or write during their holy day of the week, Friday sundown and Saturday at sundown. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Interesting. That's like the Sabbath, right? Or whatever. That sounds super orthodox. Yeah, that sounds very orthodox, right? If they're not allowed to use any of that stuff. Definitely following the more stringent rules of their religion, I would have to say. That'd be rough. It's almost interesting to me that, like, having someone else do it for you isn't going around it, but I mean, I'm not going to get into that. I don't understand it. It's just, like, seems like you're getting around the rule. But like I said, I don't understand it. I'm not saying anything. Oh, nice. You can use a little French in him. Yes, I do, monsieur. He seems hesitant. Well then, let's go. You start the cab. Your client stares out the window as if hypnotized. You watch him in the rearview mirror. His face is familiar to you. His accent, too, though you'd never been able to place it. Typical of some rural region. Central France, perhaps. You take another look. That's it, you've got it. He was a contestant on one of those reality shows where farmers meet women. You'd seen him on the show a few weeks before. You'd watched it from your hospital bed with a distracted eye. But something about it had bothered you. The show was a masquerade, like in the country, seen from a very Parisian and cynical perspective. Full of scorn and contempt. Okay then, you figured out who I am? His remark and his accent bring you back to the present. Sorry? You recognize me, right? You can make fun of me now. Make fun of you? He shrugs. Yeah, like all those people out there on that there Tweety thing. Tweety? It makes you sound, it takes you a second to realize he's talking about social media. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. Make fun of you? Like the fists. I wonder what that's all about. Let's see. Don't know what you mean by that. I'm sorry. I say make fun of you. I want to get some more information out of this. According to the Torah, the rules can be bent when it is a case of life or death. Oh, okay. So that's kind of what they're going under. Calling for an ambulance is okay as long as they don't call. They can't even ask you to do it. They have to speak out loud as if no one can hear. I wish medical services would arrive. Oh, wow. That's interesting. How fascinating. Huh. Huh. I can say make fun of you? A little defensive there, right? Yeah, well, go and have a good laugh. It's free, right? Why shouldn't you? Have a good laugh at my expense. That's all I'm good for, right? His eye meets yours, his voice faltering. He sighs heavily, then shakes his shoulders. He goes on staring at you for a while and then seems to calm down. Sorry. He shakes his head, obviously moved. His shell is starting to crack. It's a living hell. Imagine what I'm going through. It's a nightmare. 3 months ago, I was contestant on a stupid show, Fields of Love. Well, I said yes because my wife's been dead for 25 years. I've been all alone ever since, just me and the cows and others. Alright, weird that you mentioned the others. He stops and shrugs. The show was aired like a month ago. At first, things were fine. Friends called, we had a good laugh and all. And then I find out the internet's laughing at me too. They are those things. I can't remember what they're called. Moms, mams, mims. You know, those pictures that move all themselves in the damn internet. It's talking about memes. You have no idea what he's talking about. Oh, yeah, I do. Nod politely, smile at him, say nothing. I think smile at him wouldn't be good, because that might be like a little condescending. The smile might come off as condescending. Maybe nod politely. So, like, I understand you. Go on. So I made myself a Tweety account to go and see what they're saying about me. Call me a virgin and a Nazi. I screwed my cows too. He looks away as if someone else had spoken the words. They practically died laughing. Farmer who... He doesn't want to finish the sentence. So yesterday, I said I had it. I called my cousin to keep an eye on my farm and I left for Paris. I'm on my way to see those TV jokers right now. 6 months ago, they said if there was any problems whatsoever, they'd take care of it. Well, there is a problem. His anger has subsided somewhat, his face returning to its normal color. What do you think they're going to do? What's your plan? That's awful. That's the way it goes nowadays. I'm going to say, what do you think they're going to do?
Like, what is he, I mean, gonna stop people from making fun of him on the internet? It's like, I mean, shit, dude. Lean into it, if anything, and try to make money off it. People are talking about you, you know? I know it's hard to do that when you're in the moment and you're being made fun of, probably, but, like, that certainly would be, like, the most advantageous thing to do. Use it to advertise your farm, I guess, you know, something. They're gonna have all those jokes deleted right away. I don't want to see my face glued to those pictures of freaks who do cows. It's disgusting. His hands are shaking. If you have a plan, I don't think they can do that. Say nothing. I don't think they can do that, dude. He gives an energetic nod of the head. And believe me, they're going to listen. I may just be a plain old farmer, but nobody's going to disrespect me. He squares his shoulders as if to fend off attacks. Forget it. If you were a meme, what would it be of? Oh man, I don't know that you can choose what you're a meme of, right? I think it's just one of those things that just happens. If I were a meme, I don't know. It's hard to, I don't know if anybody could ever say, like, this is what I would be. I think maybe, like, people could say, like, I think you would be this, maybe. But I don't know, it's hard to do it yourself, I think. I don't know, do you have an answer for that, Stella? Do you have a meme you would be? Maybe I could pick a meme that I'd identify with. Let me dig through the clips. I can make you a meme. Yeah, make me a meme, dude. Let's make PSG famous for being a meme, I guess. Whatever it takes. As long as I don't end up like this farmer guy. His eyes half closed. He practically growls the words. There is a palpable air of sadness about him. I know mine ripped my pants once. Super embarrassing, but even I was laughing. Well, at least you were laughing. That's good. You know, I have a ripped pants story that was pretty embarrassing. One time, okay, so, you know, I don't know, if anybody who's worn, what is it called? I can't think of it right now. Swimming trunks. You know, swim shorts. You probably are familiar with when you jump in the pool and air gets trapped into your pants. And so then you got the big bubble in your pants or whatever, and it's kind of fun to play with or whatever. It's like silly. Oh, you did rip your pants at work once. Oh, shit, no. Well, I did that, not on purpose, but I jumped into the pool, and I guess my shorts were just old and maybe, like, worn because they just completely ripped to shreds from the pressure of the air in my shorts. And I was in a public pool, like, with, I don't know, probably at least 100 people there. And so, like, my shorts just shredded, and all I had was that, like, net underwear on them. You know what I mean? And so I had to, like, find my brother without getting out of the water and trying to, like, cover myself and tell him to get me a towel. And it was just, like, the stupidest, most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me that I can think of right now. But yeah, it was horrible. I was just so not expecting it. I used to swim, like, every day, so it was probably just, like, those shorts got really worn from me jumping in the pool all the time. I don't know what it was, but I was so embarrassed, dude. Just thinking, I was, like, probably 12 years old. You know, like, not ready for that shit, dude. Not ready to laugh at myself in that situation, even though I probably should have. It was crazy. Okay, where were we? At first, I told them I didn't want to be on their stupid old show. It wasn't for me. But they insisted. They showed me pictures of women. He lowers his eyes. And then, well, I said yes. She never said yes. You pull up the address he gave you. The studio gates are still closed. You park the cab and cut the engine. Is it closed? You nod yes. Doesn't open till 6. You point to a sign posted near the gates. He sighs. There'll be hardly anyone here before 9 or 10 o'clock. I don't care, I'll wait. He rummages through his pockets and pulls out a wallet. What are you gonna ask them? I want them to apologize, on TV, during the show, in front of everyone. To talk about all the things they changed, all the bits of sentences they cut up and put back together. Oh, okay, so he thinks they did him dirty with the editing. He fixes his gaze on you, his eyes narrow. That jump in the water was like knives shredding those swim trunks. Yeah, that's what it seemed like, because it like evaporated. Like, I didn't even know where my swim trunks were anymore. Like, they were just gone. Mine happened at work, but being the emergency manager I had backup clothes. Oh, that's good. Yeah, backup clothes and everything, that's good. Yeah, I ended up having to, like, I didn't have anything else. My mom wasn't there. She just dropped us off at the pool, so I had to, like, try to call her, collect on the freaking phone there. It was horrible. Yeah, I feel like now, as an adult, if something like that happened at work, I would be able to laugh at it. I would just be like, look, everybody, I ripped my pants. How silly is that? That's crazy. Or whatever, you know?
I guess it's like, as an adult, I realize that you have to own up to things, and it's just a lot easier. You know, like, if you're the one that points out that your pants are ripped, it's a lot better than if someone else points it out. Alright. You know, I'm not racist. His voice is low and raspy. Don't believe the show. I didn't mean what I said, and I didn't really say that stuff neither. What exactly did you say? They always do that, it doesn't matter. What exactly did you say then? You stop short. Nothing. He avoids your gaze, then all at once says, a lot of nonsense. He fixes his gaze on you, visibly moved. I'm not very good at this. He chokes up, gesturing with his hand as if to make it all disappear. When he starts up again, he's on the verge of tears. Anyhow, I'd just wait here until it opens. The passenger pays the fare and exits the cab. You watch him for a minute as he starts his vigil in front of the gates. You notice a newspaper on the back seat. Your last passenger must have left it behind. Or the one before. You grab it and put it away. Could come in handy. Then you start the cab. It's back to the grind. Got a little bit of money. Wish they made more stretchy guy pants. Yeah, or also get some stretchy kind of pants. Learn to carry backup pants after the first time. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, we need more stretchy guy pants. Honestly, if it's totally legit suggestion, get some joggers, man. Joggers are stretchy guy pants, and you can get joggers that look almost like khakis. Like, I wear joggers to work all the time because I have some that look so much like khakis. They're great. Then they have like an elastic waistband. They even have like a tie in the front if you want to tie them. But they look like, and they have pockets just like they were like khakis or whatever, but they're usually like a little more baggy, and they have like an elastic thing around around your ankles or whatever. And man, they are great, and they'll never rip because of the way that they're stitched. There's like on the bottom, there's like a whole separate piece of fabric like in your crotch, like between your legs, and the way it's stitched, it's like it's not gonna rip. It's great. Oh yeah, I really recommend it, man. I've gotten some good ones just off Amazon. Ever tried Duluth training for 5'11"? I don't know what you mean. Duluth training or 5'11". Is that two brands of pants? Those could be some things I look into. You know, they should make it more socially acceptable for men to wear yoga pants as well. Some of that stretchy ass refining pants, you know what I'm saying? They look comfortable. I've never worn them before. I don't think I've ever given this guy a ride. I clicked on him last time, but I don't think I made it to him. Oh yeah, I started reading the newspaper, which, if I don't have any suspects, let's just read the newspaper, because we might get some clues. You pull a newspaper out of your glove compartment and start leafing through it. Eventually, something grabs your eye. It's a short article mentioning the strike led by a handful of employees of Confiseries du Marius, a luxury candy brand. Fishery, like confectionery. Oh, okay, whatever. It's a French word. I'm not sure. I wear Beta brand literal work yoga pants. Nice. Look like fancy business pants, but I could do squats and no one would see my underwear. There you go. See, that all pants should just be that. Why are we dealing with pants that don't move when we move? Beta brand though. Do they make male pants? I might look into that. That'd be cool. Duluth and 5'11" are brands. Okay. I've gotten some for my husband and he loves them. Nice! I mean, feel free if you got any suggestions from those brands, throw those in that take my money category. I'd definitely be interested in looking at it. Certainly could use a few more pairs of pants. I think I just have like one for every day of the week and then I can wash them. As far as the joggers go. I would wear yoga pants, but I don't think I could get away with it at the office. Yeah, right? Yeah. I'd definitely try it out. I get really warm in like long leg like pants or whatever. So I usually wear shorts at home all the time. So I think that's the one thing that might be like a reason why I wouldn't want to wear yoga pants is they look like they'd be very warm. I mean, there are people that wear them out like when it's snowing, and to me, it looks like it would be cold then because it's so against your skin. But people said it's pretty warm. So. All right, the employees demand better wages. The owners, Group Diamant, are threatening to relocate their factories abroad, outsourcing. And then you turn the page and stop. You read about a third of the newspaper. You stop reading and go back a few pages. You thought you saw something. It's a rather enthusiastic article about a bar named Napo. You make note of the information with interest. In your line of work, this kind of thing could always come in handy. You've only read only a third of the paper left. As soon as you get to the page, you stop. Your instinct tells you to look at. It's a sensationalist article about the third victim, Simon Grodeshir. Why don't we start with this, dude? He's thought to have escaped Argentina in 1980s because he was a member of the Process, the military dictatorship that had been in power. Pretty important information in your opinion. Yeah, we already knew that. You shut the paper, it'll end up in the trash tonight. Yeah, we definitely already knew that because of Claudia. If you remember, it's there. Otherwise, it will spend the rest of the days in the glove compartment. Puts up here, my husband likes. A lot of runs hot. These were lightweight and breathable, but enough to block if there was a breeze. Nice. That's cool. That's kind of what you want, right? That's like the best of both worlds. It'll keep you warm when you need it to, and it'll keep you cool when you want. I like it. It's kind of how I felt about the joggers. The joggers are just they're baggy, which I like that, but I think the yoga pants, if they could be that way, and or whatever, these stretchy pants would be that way and be less baggy, that could be nice. In front of the door to a restaurant, a woman in a fancy suit is handing a pink envelopes to guys in 3. Let's see the rest of that. Oh man, we're almost at the end of the night. I don't think we have very much evidence. The door opens. It's Hervé. He greets you with a bizarre verbal tick, as usual. It's getting damn cold out now. Ow. Hi, Hervé. You start the engine. The passenger in the back seat is whistling a funny tune. He's in a pretty good mood. You look good. Yeah, thanks. Some days are like that. Everything goes your way. Hey. Belly's full, your buddies around you help you, you're not cold. He gives you a smile. And then you know, you get good news. Really? Really? It's something you're glad to hear. Well, out with it then. Well, it's my ex-wife. She got married again, and I really love a real love story and all that. Just the way we like them. It's nice for her. You're not jealous. How did you find out? It's nice for her. He collects his tongue and briefly rolls his eyes. Yeah, it's nice. She deserves to be happy. In the rearview mirror, your passenger's face clouds over, as if what he was saying had just sunk in. Suddenly, between clenched teeth, he hisses. 4. Oh, okay. You look up. Really? Huh? I thought you said something. No, He gives you a toothy grin. Suddenly, Hervé opens the cab door. You can pull over here. I don't want to get in any trouble. The guys in the squat can be a little on edge. You park the car, and Hervé opens the door. Good night. Thanks again, Ken. He gives you a smile. A moment later, Hervé vanishes into the graffiti-covered building. Its imposing Art Deco facade mesmerizes you for a moment. And then you start the cab. Okay. I feel like it wouldn't be the homeless guy. I don't know, so far. Anybody suspicious? Good on gas. I think we can pick up anybody we want. It's probably not waste a bunch of time getting somebody super far away, though. Yeah, I'm kind of out here in no man's land. Let's go with this guy. He's got the Eiffel Tower on his little beanie there. Hey, shout out to everybody who's lurking. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate you. You ever heavy eyes, fatigue, stress, you wish you were far away from here. Really far. About no Hervé? Yeah, right? He doesn't seem... I feel like he just doesn't have the resources for it. How would he get the gun, you know? Like, how would he be there at the right time? What is his motive? I don't know. Sean Christie. I have to go home. Passenger getting into your cab is clearly upset. He gives you an address near the Pantheon. You know the address. A residence for foreign students. You often drive American and Chinese students here. You start the cab. The passenger in the back seat is furious about something. Yes, hi lurkers. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to say hi in the chat. Bootbot will say hi to you back. And so will I. Excuse me. He has a very thick American accent. You look up. Can I ask you something?
You nod. How do the police usually treat black people in your country? I mean, in general, what is their behavior like? He isn't very sure in his pronunciation. Answer honestly, beat around the bush, I don't know. Answer honestly. Dude's asking me a question, I'm gonna answer. I'd say the police have a problem with black people. You reveal your teeth as you continue speaking. And Arabs. And anyone wearing a hoodie. A hoodie? Yeah, wearing sweats. Yeah, if you dress like someone from the poor neighborhoods, they give you a hard time. What does rakale mean? It's a new word to him. You shake your head. Well, it's a word with sort of negative connotations. Negative? Yes, definitely. He gives you a little smile. Now I get it. They thought I was a lowlife. Or rakale. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Even with your accent? Well, they didn't seem to understand me very well, or maybe they thought I was making fun of them. He sighs. You give him a second to catch his breath. His anger seems to be letting up. Where are you from? He seems surprised by your question. Chicago, the States. What's it like there? It's really beautiful, especially the architecture. Yeah, Chicago is beautiful. I've been to Chicago once, and it was, wow, it was pretty incredible. You glance out the window. He's quiet for a moment. It's not Paris, it's not France, but I miss it. I miss it so much. Pause. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped on you with that question like that. I'm just gonna let him talk. This afternoon, after school, I got mugged in the metro by some guy. And his voice drops into a whisper. He was the same age as me. He stole my money and phone. He raises his voice a little. Luckily, I still have my credit card and papers. I went straight to the police station and I was there for 8 hours. I'm tired, upset, about ready to quit. He raises his voice even more. I like France, but it's just as hard here as it is at home. People look down on you because they don't like the look of you. That's the right expression, isn't it? You nod, yes. I feel like he's speaking French to my character, and that's why he's like asking, am I saying that right? Even though it's in English the whole time. So it's just because we're playing like a French game in English right now, I think. It's kind of making that seem a little strange. They say France is a land of freedom, of human rights. But you have to behave a certain way here, too. The right way. He screws up his eyes. I'd like to be judged objectively. But I guess there's no such thing as objectiveness. He settles back into his seat. What are you studying? Excuse me? A minute ago, you said you were leaving school when you were mugged. What are you studying? I'm studying to be a mime. A pause. Go ahead, say it. I didn't say anything. No, but go ahead. I'm used to it. I'm not going to make fun of it or anything. I just didn't know mime schools existed. He gives you a big smile. Imagine when I moved to France to study it. My American friends are still having a good laugh. What exactly are you learning to do? Acting techniques, stage production, makeup? Anything related to the art of mime, really. I mean, because miming isn't necessarily just what we think of as a mime, right? Like, as a person of a mime. Like, miming something is like, it can be a talent or whatever, you know? It can be a way of performing. And there aren't any mime schools in the US. Is it a good school? It must be really interesting. Talk about the subject. It must be really interesting, you know? So you feel opened up about it a little bit more. The best. His face breaks into a smile. That's why I'm still in France, for that matter. You sigh. France is not for everyone. What do you mean? I mean, the French usually stand up for their country. They're worse than Americans. A country is like a romantic relationship. You can't fall in love with everybody. We have our likes, our dislikes, then we fall under the spell again. He's watching you. Are all cab drivers philosophers like you?
It's uncommon and somewhat old school entertainment. Yeah, because like a lot of miming used to exist in like comedy for a while, but it's not like a huge comedy thing. But it still can be sometimes, like the art of mime. Just like doing something with your hands to act like you're doing like something to act, just like accentuate like the joke a little bit, or to give an example of what you're making a joke of. So I think it still exists, but it's not like the center focus of the entertainment anymore. I think it's usually just like a technique that's used in performance. But that's my interpretation of what I've seen of it. You flash a smile. I don't think so. I think so. I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't think so. He asked about if all other taxi drivers were philosophers like me. I don't think so. The passenger gives a little laugh. Then his eyes glaze over with an expressionless, perhaps even sad look. Silent films is what you think of. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know that they think of that as much as mime, but I think I get what you mean by it, for sure. Silent films are pretty interesting. I remember learning about like how talkies started to become a thing, which is like when they started to finally get like dialogue in videos, they called them talkies. I thought that was kind of interesting, and just like the whole like transition into sound and video was very interesting. It's a pretty fascinating time. Thanks, man. It was good to talk to you. He slipped into the formal to form, no doubt by accident. Oh, like the, okay. Like the, when you say you, because to is you, I think. I have a hard time controlling my anger sometimes. That's why I have trouble with police today. How so? Well, to start, they made me sit in a room for hours with a woman who was clearly a prostitute. They didn't want to take my statement. They didn't want me to file a complaint. I had to insist. They made fun of my studies, but I'm used to that. A small smile appears in the corner of his mouth. And then, when I started to get a little mad, when I mentioned the American embassy, they said if I wasn't happy here, I should go home. Certain innuendos were a little... When I got out, there were no more metros, so here I am, telling my life story to a philosopher cabbie. Talkies were largely controlled by the mob. Well, talkies were movies themselves. That's what that was a nickname for anything where there was actually sound. Are you talking about the places where talkies were, like, played? Gives you a smile. Cops, it's complicated here. Do they treat you badly too? You smile and shake your head. No need for him to know. Suddenly, the Pantheon appears among the dark buildings. Its white dome breaks up the dull orange and brown tones of the Parisian night sky. Your passenger breathes a little sigh of satisfaction. It's beautiful, isn't it? No doubt about it. You park in front of the residence where the young man lives. He pays the fare and stretches his hand out towards you. Thanks again. Meeting you was just what I needed. You shake his hand. He has a strong, confident grip. You know, you should film your rounds at night. It'd make a great series. You answer with a smile. He opens the door, gives you a big smile, then disappears. You hold your arms close to your sides for a moment. You catch your breath, trying to control the anxiety welling up inside. The mere mention of police, and you start the cab. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess we didn't think to cover that in film school. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because it's like a really large money maker. You know what I mean? Movies are. So of course the mob would probably try to get involved in something like that. Why is it not? Is my mouse dying? Okay, now it's fine. That was weird. It was like not letting me like click and drag. It was like intermittent. Okay, let's see. Any suspects? I guess we'll go to this guy. He's the closest. Let's make some more money. One last trip for the night. I think it's going to end it right here. For the last night of this story, I think. So I'll have to see what we can do. You know, mentioning the Italian mobs makes you think of one thing I thought was interesting when I learned it was that like a lot of the westerns were made in Italy. They were spaghetti westerns. So that's what they called them because they were all shot in Italy. But like so many westerns that were like supposed to be based in America were shot in Italy. It's pretty funny. And they had like some really weird practices because they would do these things. And I don't know if that it was just the spaghetti westerns, but they would do this thing where they would have everybody speak their own language, and then they would just overdub later voices in the one same language. Like if it was like the Italian release, everybody would be speaking Italian, but like when they were acting, they were just speaking English or whatever, and they just had somebody like voice over the Italian part, so their mouth was still speaking the English part, and it made it like a big mess, like by today's standards, you know what I mean? It's pretty interesting stuff. But now ADR is like much better, our automatic dialogue replacement ADR. You're a great granddaughter of a bootlegger. Oh, cool. Learn the things not taught in school. That's pretty cool. Very interesting. Must have had an exciting life to be a bootlegger, I imagine. Your next passenger is waiting on the sidewalk with an enormous suitcase next to him. You get out of the cab, pick up the suitcase, which must weigh 45 kilos at the very least, and put it in the trunk. You get back in with your passenger close on your heels. The door slams shut. You turn the key in the ignition and look up at your passenger. Charles de Gaulle, right? He nods and you start driving. It's still pretty early to be getting on a plane. You must be the type that likes to get there well ahead of time. Japanese, Chinese, you're not sure. You smile. Tourists always have such a magical image of Paris. There's almost no traffic, and you're able to drive at a decent speed. Behind you in the rearview mirror, you can see the tip of the Eiffel Tower start to appear. Look who's saying goodbye, Eiffel Tower. See nothing. I would say, look who's saying goodbye? I don't know, both of these are things I wouldn't necessarily bring up, but I'll say that. He narrows his eyes, he doesn't understand. You point to the Eiffel Tower behind you. Eiffel Tower! He smirks. That looks Japanese to me. I only recognize a few of those symbols, like this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, this one, and this one. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what the sounds they make, but I do recognize them from when I was trying to learn Japanese. His tone leads you to believe he thinks it's ugly. You don't like it, I don't understand, say something in English. Why is this in parentheses? I'm just supposed to say something in English? Or he's okay, because we're speaking French, right? Okay, so maybe if I say something in English, that's gonna hopefully prompt him to speak English at me. It's sort of like seeing if they speak common, I guess, in D&D terms. I'll try that, assuming that's what that means. The few words you know in English get you nowhere with your passenger. Okay. He doesn't seem to know French or English, just Japanese. His voice is frank, with a dose of exhaustion. I wish I knew. Oh, hold up. I might be able to use my phone to see what he's saying. Because I have like a translator thing. Oh, hold up. I gotta Google Translate. Camera. What? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong languages. It needs to be Japanese. Sorry, one sec, guys. I've always wanted to try this out. I'm sick, is what he just said. I can't stand it anymore. Okay, it's Japanese. You're sure now. Yeah, translate apps are so cool, aren't they? Here we go. You see what he says. It's really cool because it just like overwrites it too, so it's like almost as if it was just English anyways. Go to the airport, he says. Try that again. To the airport, he just repeated himself. He imitates the sound of a plane taking off. Kula Cola? I'm gonna assume the translation app didn't quite get that one. Let's see, let's try this one. It says Charles de Gaulle, the goal. You think you may have recognized the name of the airport. You want something to eat? Airport? I don't understand. Airport. And then he says, yes, that stop. It's the airport. Or that's right. That stop. It's the airport. Airport.
He nods.
Alright. Farewell to France, also French. He turns away so vehemently. You understand he wants to be left in peace. He wants calm and silence. You hear him mumbling to himself. His voice is deep and heavy. To be honest, it's terrible. I heard various rumors. Okay, hold up. There's more. It's too wide. I gotta go sideways here. I heard a lot of rumors, but I didn't think they were all true. The city is dirty. Even the restaurant is dirty. Everything is unpleasant. He takes a short pause to swallow his spit. Only those who speak loudly. I'm always angry. Okay, let me try that again. Only the loud voices. I always say angry. Wait, it keeps translating again. Only those who speak loudly, I always yell at you. Okay, that was not a great translation, I'm gonna say. This is cool, though. I can't wait to return to Osaka. In Osaka, children can play on the street. There are many homeless people here. I need to find a more comfortable way of holding my phone. You like Paris? I don't think he likes Paris, man. Gonna just say nothing and let him try to see if he goes on. Oh, the food is the worst. The tone of his voice makes you think he's making a list of all the things he hated. Sort of, yeah. I've never seen this food. Heavy. It's too heavy. It's thick and leans... Oh, okay. And leans on the stomach. He mumbles on and on. Don't be depressed when you think about how much fat you've got. How much fat you have. Breakfast croissant. Fat. Butter for supper bread. Or butter for supper bread. Fat. Yeah, dude, this guy's ruthless. I think it's because he knows that he can't understand him, right? This is like, I think a lot of people probably do this when they know that they can't be understood. They just start like saying whatever the hell they want as if they're alone or something. He's made that sound before. A dessert that sticks to your teeth and eats your stomach. Fat. Third time. Yeah, it's the word fat he keeps recognizing. All the clothes are greasy and sticky. Or all of them are greasy and sticky. It keeps like switching the words. Well, Versailles was good. You immediately recognize the word Versailles? Ah. Versailles, yeah. Versailles. Oh. And he says Versailles again. They just keep saying it again. He bursts out laughing. That was amazing. Majestic, elaborate, excellent sense. Okay, it says now majestic, elaborate, and outstanding sense. Don't know what that means. But Versailles has a communist party. He glances at you. Communist party? You don't understand. Paris is ugly. See, together, Paris is ugly. You get the impression he wants you to repeat what he's saying. That Paris is ugly? I guess I'll do it. Why not? Paris is ugly. He nods. Paris, Hami, Niku, I. I don't know if that's what he was trying to say there, if that was a translation app screwing up. That's right, it's amazing. He told me the truth. He falls back into his seat, his eyes closed. He doesn't want to speak to you anymore. You've had passengers who didn't speak any French before, but this one seems furious. Maybe he didn't like Paris? Maybe he prefers Tokyo? He prefers Osaka. You smile. For just a second, you imagine yourself as a taxi driver in Tokyo. Businessmen, well-dressed high schoolers, those Japanese mobsters. What are you... what are they called again? The Yakuza. The Yakuza. Yeah, I'll ask him, why not? What do you call the Japanese mafia again? He doesn't budge, but lets out a groan. Mafia? Groan. You assume he's saying Yakuza. Oh yeah, it just translates it to mafia. I'm assuming he's saying Yakuza. That was probably Jesse's syllable. Oh yeah, you're right, right? When they separate it out, yeah, I bet the translation app is just translating the different sounds, but together it would actually sound like that. It would actually be the word. He recognized the word. Yes, mafia. A minute goes by. He sits up. So he is a Yakuza? Okay, so they have a word for Yakuza and for Mafia. Okay, because it actually translated that to Yakuza. Yakuza, that's it. He stares at you. Am I a Yakuza? Yakuza, exactly! Oh. He starts laughing, slowly at first, then quite loudly. I'm a Yakuza? Or now it says, I'm a gangster? This country is just a crazy guy right now. Early, I want to get rid of the bear. I want to get rid of it. This country is just a crazy guy right now. Early, I want to get rid of the bear. Okay. It does not understand what he just said. Wait, what does it say there? All the guys in this country are foolish. He shuts his eyes again. You keep driving. You think about the movie you saw during the hospital stay. A black American soldier on the run who starts hanging out with some sort of bum who was a huge jazz fan. It was a singular movie. Incredible. It made a real impression on you. The title was... No, you can't remember the title. And how could you possibly describe it to your passenger? Impossible. What a shame you can't speak his language. What a shame not to understand him. Not to be able to talk to him about it. Sigh. Maybe later you'll have time to learn Japanese. It's probably hard. Not the same alphabet, not the same letters. But then again, your parents could read in Arabic and write in French. So you could too. Yes, later. You'll have time. And then, here you are at the airport. A heap of ramps and tunnels brings you to the drop-off zone. You pull to a stop and your client wakes up. He notices the airport, a few taxis, your own fatigue. He starts talking peacefully in a soft voice. I'm sorry. I'm emotional. Paris was so boring that I decided to cut off my vacation. It may have been lacking in sincerity. Maybe it's my fault that this happened. I expected too much. He shakes his head. Okay. Thank you. Arigato. He pays his fare with a twinge of shame. You get out of your taxi and help him with his suitcase out of the trunk. It weighs a ton. He thanks you with a sad look of defeat. He grabs onto your sleeve as you try to get back in your car. I'll come again. You nod very slowly. No, thank you. That's so funny. Me too. I'll come again. Yeah, me too. I do not understand. I'll say me too, because I don't know, that just sounds funny to me. He looks you over slowly from head to toe. When he starts speaking again, his voice is monotone and completely void of emotion. My son died at Christmas. Oh jeez. Something inside you resonates, like you understood what he just said. Guess he's saying he's 19, come on. Translate for me, baby. I want to translate this one. It's forbidden. Whatever he said was forbidden. The app cannot translate that. No, where is it at? Why is it not? Wow, it does just refuse to translate this. I'm gonna... leukemia. He was 19. Okay. It popped up for like a second. That was weird. He lost someone. His wife, maybe? He looks upset. So I thought that if I came to Mako, I could be distracted. Is it a date? Well, I think he died. He said he died on Christmas, so I think it was that he was 19, but I definitely saw the word leukemia. Oh, he shakes his head. He should have come with someone. I tell the story because I saw it in your eyes. I'm going to talk. I hope you can tell me about me. Wait, what? Talking to you about this because I saw your eyes and thought, I hope you'll take care of me. Okay. If only you could understand him. But I can, slightly. Thank you. Arigato. He bows. When he straightens up, his eyes are misty. You don't know why, but it seems normal to reply. You're welcome. He walks away with his huge suitcase. When he's almost to the doors, he stops and turns around. Yakuza! You practically jump. You just said the word Yakuza. Yakuza! He bursts out laughing. He walks into the airport. The sliding glass doors close behind him. You start to realize the airport is waking up all around you. A woman who must have been a Viking in another life is pushing a floor waxer across the tiles in the entryway, just below the heating vents. A fellow driver waves as he's leaving the drop-off zone. A plane, maybe the first one of the day, appears in the sky. You get back in the taxi. For a minute, you rub your freezing hands together to warm them up. Just a few seconds before driving off. That was fun. He only gave me a 0.7 tip. That's alright. He's a cool dude. That was really interesting. I've never gotten to use that before, so that was fun. And I feel like we got a lot more out of that, right? Because we knew what the Japanese guy was saying. I feel like that definitely helped. It gave the whole like scene a mood that we otherwise would have just been like clicking past and be like, oh, I don't understand this guy. That's kind of funny, you know? God, man. I'm losing money here, guys. I need to get more fair. I guess that was the last night, so it should be alright. Yeah, that really changed everything, right? Yeah, it's cool. Then I guess on your guys' perspective, you were only getting what he was saying through me, right? Because you guys were just seeing the Japanese. That's pretty cool. Hopefully that was fun for you guys. Alright, this might be the moment, guys. Now let's get our Sherlock Holmes hats on and figure out who killed these peeps. Take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Steps in the hallway. They stop in front of your door and then move away. You take your shoes off before getting to work. Alright, do I have any clues? I don't have shit, dude. I don't even think we have anything new on here. Yeah, we don't have anything new on here. Oh man, we got that day was worth nothing? Oh, it gave us Harvey a ride, I think? Well, maybe Pierrot is today. And that was probably I think that was the first guy I took, so maybe Pierrot and Harvey. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think it's between either the lawyer or the older cop dude. The phone rings. You impulsively take a step back. It's the moment of truth. Pick it up. Hello? Hey. Ice cold. So? She heaves a long sigh. There's no background noise. She must not be at the station. Where are you? For a second you think she's going to tell you, but then... Somewhere. None of your business. A light clicking noise. The sound of a teacup on a coaster, maybe? I'm listening. What have you got for me? She clears her throat. Her voice sounds louder. More confident. You glance at the wall. The suspects are all lined up. All the evidence, a whole mess of your ideas. Your stomach is in a knot.
I don't have to remind you. You cannot... Sorry. I don't have to remind you. You're not gonna get this... Or you cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting in 2 hours with the district attorney and the chief of police. Even the minister of the interior will be in the corner of the room somewhere. Obviously, I'm thrilled. But I certainly don't want to put too much pressure on you. You can almost hear the smirk she must be wearing. You lay the receiver down on the table. Now, you have to decide. Okay, so... Paul has to be, I guess. I don't know who else. He's got the most evidence against him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 4. And he's got 3. So he's got 5. And I feel like some of these could definitely, like... Victim 2 killed in spot without a CCTV. I bet he'd know that. He fought because he's a cop. He's probably trained to be able to fight. Maybe some Krav Maga. Weapon in perfect condition. Killer knew the victims or researched them. He'd have access to that. First few victims files not part of the police leak. That means it has to be a police officer, right? I don't know what the spent bullet case does. That's kind of a stupid clue. Victims killed with 1 bullet in the neck. That seems like a cop would be trained for that. I'm thinking it's this guy. What do you guys think? Tell me I'm wrong. Or tell me what you think. He's a retired cop, joined the police in 1977, divorced from a judge, born in the French Antilles. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. Moved to mainland France in 1976. That's what my gut says, right? Yes, I feel like it's the only way the evidence is pointing. You seem like a pretty nice guy, but I mean, I don't know. It was almost weird. The tiger story thing was a little weird. I don't know if you guys noticed. I guess I forgot to mention what I was thinking at the time, but like he said at the beginning of the tiger story that it actually ended well, but the tiger died. So how did that end well? So I don't know. A little sus. A little sus if you ask me. Alright, let's sentence this guy, huh? Confirm selection. J'accuse! You pick the phone back up and explain your choice to Lieutenant Bussett. Why, how, the evidence, your sources. She listens without saying a word. You stop talking to catch your breath. Okay. I'll buy it. Seems like a solid choice. I can fish around a bit. To vet your information. She pauses. You can almost hear her nodding. I'll call you tonight. Try to get some sleep. She pauses. No way she's going to hang up on such a positive note. No, she's probably going to. It might be your last night of freedom. She snickers and hangs up. Stupid bitch. You put the phone down. You might as well be standing in an ice-cold emptiness of outer space. You decide to go to bed, to sleep. Best way to kill time. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the open sofa bed. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Let's see what happens. You open one eye. You had a hard night. Restless. You get the impression you aged 5 years in a matter of hours. You get up quickly. And a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Oh, night 7. You get another night, huh? Is Bussett not going to call right away? I mean, what's the point of going another night? Okay. You barely gotten downstairs when you catch sight of Bussett. So you're leaning up against the door of your cab, eyes wide open, forehead creased. Get in. You obey. It's too early to react. She settles into the back seat, flashes a smile. Good news, you're right. Or at least the EA thinks your evidence is sufficient. No emotion in her voice. She's giving you the facts, nothing more. You're going to bring Frangonard in tonight. Oh. She nods, her expression clouds over. I have trouble. She freezes. Frangonard is a mentor. Mine in half the squads. You can't understand. He's an institution. She stops, clears her throat. I need your help. One last time. Later on tonight, we're going to get Frangonard to leave home and find a way to get him into your taxi. She pulls a kind of pen out of her pocket that she puts in the little cubby just above the car stereo.
This is a bug. Need a confession. What am I supposed to do? I held up my end of the deal. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. I held up my end of the deal, alright? We got you the perp and the evidence. Our deal is just between you and me. I can always break it, you know. Go back to the DA, get you thrown in jail. She shakes her head. Listen. She takes a dramatic pause and doesn't really know where she's going. I've seen you and heard you enough to know that you have a trick. A gift for getting people to talk. I need someone I can trust to get close to Frank Gennard without making him suspicious. He's a cop. He knows how we work. No one ever sent a taxi driver to make an arrest. He won't put up a fight. I hope he'll open up to you, that he'll confess before things fall apart. Not too far from the hospital where he goes for his treatments, there's an alleyway under construction. There won't be any civilians, just us and him. She sighs. Two teens walk by the cab, and the intense smell of weed fills the cab. Buster doesn't budge. I know you can do it. If you stick to the plan, nothing can go wrong. What if I don't feel like doing this? What if there's a problem? Understood. How about what if there's a problem? Hey, one sec, I'm gonna switch sitting. My feet are getting a little sore here. Okay. There we are. What if there's a problem? If you stick to the plan, there won't be any problems. She lays her hand on the door handle. You pick the suspect up, drive to the meeting point, and you're free. Easy as pie. She gets out of the cab, slams the door, and walks quickly away. Shit. Shit, shit! You hit the dashboard, tense pain spreads through your hand. You grab the keys in the ignition and turn. The motor comes on. Your night is about to begin. Your last night. Alright, where is he? Where is he at? Let me at him. Let's get this bastard. And he's not there. Okay. Just gotta give someone else a ride. Dude, I've never given this guy a ride. I've clicked on him twice and never picked him up. Let's pick him up. Looks like we get a few more stories before we get to our conclusion. Sunny Talpa. Accept. I accept. You double park and wait for the next passenger to slide into the back seat. He looks at you, like he appreciates you and your taxi. He gives you his address. You start driving. A few words are exchanged, the weather, taxes, traffic. Then, you can tell it's coming, the inevitable conversation about the killer. Some bits of information, rumors, things overheard. You make a mental note of what you've heard. Who knows? It might come in handy. Your passenger doesn't make a sound of the next few minutes of the trip. I just got some more evidence? It doesn't matter now. This guy, that's why they kept keeping me from picking this guy up, because he had evidence. It doesn't bother you. You have enough on your mind. Your investigation, the judge, Bussett. You're overcome with a craving to smoke. You nod slowly and glance at your passenger. Calm and still, he seems far away. Having a good evening? Yes. Very good. He slowly turns his head towards you and gives you an odd look, like he's disappointed you're talking to him. He watches you closely for another minute and turns back to look out the window. You keep your eyes on the road. The silence becomes heavy. All of a sudden, you feel a strange sense of camaraderie with your passenger. You look at him quickly in the rearview mirror. He doesn't look familiar at all, and yet, it's like you know him. A second later, an outside light shines on his face at a weird angle. It looks like he's smiling. A few seconds later, you drive down his street. He straightens up a bit. You park in front of the number he gave you. He pays his fare without a word. The door opens slowly and he smiles at you. You can tell it comes from the bottom of his heart, despite how uptight he is. You're a really swell guy. You weren't expecting that. By the time you collect your thoughts, your passenger is already far away. He disappears into a building. A moment goes by before you turn the key in the ignition. Left me a sweet tip too. Thanks. Frankie. Oh, there he is. This is the moment, guys. So I just had to pick that guy up, or just somebody? I wonder if, like, no matter who I picked up, it was going to be like that. Because he never said anything. So I wonder if it's like the first person you pick up is just going to be this, no matter who it is. It might just be a he or a she type of deal. I wonder. Okay, here we go. I don't have any drum roll sound effects or anything. We're just going to have to go with it. Go, 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 damn it, go! St. Louis Hospital, as usual. You recognize the next passenger getting in your cab. A cop. The detective. Your suspect. He has a tired look about him, and not just because it's early. His voice drags. The usual place. St. Louis Hospital, then. You start driving. Your passenger seems to have his mind elsewhere, not entirely awake. Stubble on his chin. You scan his skin, his movements, his attitude, his... It's cold as shit this morning. His voice makes you jump. You nod. You get more people, or not as many when it's cold out like this. Folks tend to stay home when it's too cold. There might be more of them, but they make shorter trips. Makes sense. Dead silence. Talk about the weather, say nothing. Talk about the weather. It's worse in summertime, though. People don't take cabs as much. But when they do, they go further. Obviously. You drive in silence for a second. The road goes by. You don't want to look in your side mirrors too often. You haven't seen a trace of the cops yet. Busta told you not to worry, but... You know what's funny? Just this morning I was thinking about an old case. One of my first cases, actually. It was just after the Miserine case. You know who Miserine is? Don't you? Or am I really that old? You sense it's the right time to get him to talk. That rings a bell. Nope, never heard of him. Public Enemy #1? Yes, yes. I'll do that rings a bell, because that'll make him describe more? Jacques Miserine. Breaking and entering, kidnapping, armed robbery. He killed 2 cops in Canada, tortured a journalist, a far-right one, but still. Then, in 1979, after being on the run for a year and a half, the cops catch him and kill him at Port de Calancourt. He raises a hand. Now, the cops say it was in self-defense, but I know for a fact they shot him down like a dog. He looks straight at you. You can see the hint of the underground fire roaring deep in his eyes. Now, I most certainly do not want to die like a dog. Understood? He catches his breath and is clearly shaken. He ever so slowly reaches into a pocket and pulls out his weapon. Oh god, guys! Where did Busted ask you to take me? Oh shit! Excuse me, Busted? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't, Busted? Ah, shit. Excuse me, Busted, I don't know what you're talking about. Tell the truth. How about, excuse me? I don't know. It feels like everything's, like, obviously a lie just because we know the truth, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Has the question marks next to it. I'm gonna do, excuse me. Don't make me for a fool. Keep lying, tell the truth. Oh, fuck. If I keep lying, you might get mad, though. How would he know that Busted? Son of a bitch. Just she set us up. Because right now, I am bugged. So if I told the truth, Busted knows. Oh, man. Rocking a hard place. Keep lying, dude. Dig the hole deeper. I swear, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh shit, a gun appears. Shame. I thought I might just get a chance at some honesty in this cold world. Just once. Just to see what it feels like. I dedicated my whole life to the justice system. To getting to the truth. At least that's what I tell myself. And what I say to new recruits. But I'm tired of all the games, all the fucking lies. Where'd they order you to take me? They didn't order anything. Lie, tell the truth, say nothing. They didn't order anything or say nothing. I think it might be two things. Didn't order anything, say nothing. Because saying nothing is almost telling the truth. They didn't order anything is an obvious lie because they really should. I mean, I don't know what else to call it besides an order or demand. How about say nothing? Let him talk. He shakes his head, saddened by your answer. Can't quite figure out if you were avoiding me, but I know Bussett put you on this case and gave you a copy of the file. We don't know each other too well, so I'm going to give you one last chance to tell the truth. Bussett. You can see his finger on the trigger. It's shaking, ever so slightly. How much does she know? I don't know everything. She has evidence. Don't shoot. She has evidence. Ooh, man. I don't know everything. She doesn't know everything. I don't know might be a little bit honest, but he's not going to buy that. That's not anything to him. She has evidence. That's the truth. Don't shoot sounds like it could also be a good option. So I'm either thinking she has evidence or don't shoot. I'm going to say she has evidence. It's enough of the truth, but not the whole truth. You hear a long sigh coming from the back seat. A few seconds go by. You try to concentrate on driving despite your sweaty hands and dripping brow. Okay. Why hasn't she tried to arrest me then? You shrug. Don't know. She told me it would be easier this way. I think she hopes you'll turn around. Turn yourself in without a fight. Oh, sorry, that's what I said. I think she hopes you'll turn yourself in without a fight. He looks away. You know, Bussett is really one of a kind, but she doesn't fit into today's world. Neither do I, for that matter. The weapon he's holding is shaking slightly, wavering. You suddenly notice he's speaking to you in a more familiar tone. That's why I killed them. Bastards. All of them. Rapists, murderers, liars who escaped from prosecution. Now Bussett. Bussett liked to do the same thing I did. Slam a bullet into the head of the first murderer she could get her hands on. But she can't. You just can't do that anymore. A long, painful, heavy sigh. In any case, now there's only one truth left. No more confrontation. No debate. No need for justice to be served. They were guilty and I killed them. I can write that down if you want. It's no secret. I knew I'd be caught sooner or later, either by Bussett or by... His sentence hangs in the air. I'm sick. I got cancer. All over. They hope some new drug might cure me, but what's the point, honestly? He abruptly accelerates his speaking pace. I don't want to go to jail. A cop can't go to jail. I don't want to see my face on the cover of magazines and newspapers. But I don't want to deny Bussett the pleasure of catching me. Her and her team. So here's what we're going to do. There's a place in Montmartre. A place I really love. It's my first memory of Paris. I must have been 6 or 7. My mother had to come all the way from Martinique? I don't freaking know. She thought she could convince my father, too. Yeah, anyways, there's no point in telling that story. I want to hear it, no point, why? I want to hear it. He snickers. And buy yourself time? No. There's a bench up there, not far from Sacré-Cœur. The bench has 2 clear advantages. First, it faces the city of Paris. Southern facing. All the monuments are there, staring back in splendor. He starts to speak with confidence. I especially like it when all the buildings poke out above the cloud of pollution. Notre Dame's square towers, Pompidou and its colored pipes, the Eiffel Tower. He shakes his head and his voice sounds deep and serious again. The second advantage of sitting on the bench is that you turn your back to Sacré-Cœur, an ugly building. They only built it to rub the church the right way. He looks away and remains silent for a while. His hands shake a little. I want to see Paris one last time. It's a little too early to watch the sunrise, but at least there'll be people around. Lovers. Life. I just want to go and sit on a bench. Look out at Paris alone for 5 minutes.
And then you can go to the meeting point so Bussett can pick me up. What do you say? Okay, 5 minutes you promise. Okay. If I'm late, say nothing. I say okay. I mean, it sounds like he wants to turn himself in, but this could be a trap. But, I mean, he's got me at like gunpoint at this point, so... I'm just gonna say okay. You turn around. Because if I'm late, like, I mean, Bussa can go, I don't know, fuck herself or something. If I'm late, whatever. As long as I get there, right? As long as we get the guy and we get him, who cares? You'll see. The view's incredible. Neither of you says a word for several minutes. You drive in silence. Then, as you're beginning to climb up the top of Montmartre, the cop lowers his weapon. I want to apologize. I'm sorry I hurt you the night of the attack. Everything could have turned out so differently. You're nothing like the guy I took down, you know? He was a kid at the time, but there was something in his eye. Something bad. Something evil. His eyes sparkle for a bit. Tears, perhaps? Seconds later, you park a few meters away from Sacré-Cœur. The bench is right over there. I just need 5 minutes. 5 minutes and we'll go. Got it? You nod. You want me to come along? Go ahead. Don't do it. Say nothing. Wonder why this one has the heart next to it. Like, is he gonna kill himself? Is that what we think he's gonna do? Like, he's gonna go sit on that bench and just kill himself as he's looking out at Paris, you think? And that's what the don't do it is for? Go ahead. You want me to come along? Say nothing. I'm gonna ask him if he wants me to come along, man. Yep, gonna blow his brains out. We'll see. How about if I come along, though? He slowly turns his head and watches you quietly for a second. No. No. Thanks, friend. He gets out of the cab. You watch the old cop. He takes a few steps towards the bench, walks around it like he wants to look at it from every angle. He doesn't so much as glance at Sacré-Cœur and its dome, lit up with powerful spotlights. A few passers-by, chilled to the bone, are wandering about nonchalantly on the square in front. The cop finally sits on the bench. He stays there a long minute, contemplating Paris. Strings of light weave around traffic circles and intersections, making a magnificent canvas. There's a sudden movement. In a matter of seconds, he pulls the gun out of his pocket and up to his chin. Yep, there it goes, dude. His shot rings out. I got everything I needed, right? Thanks, friend. Those were his last words. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Lieutenant Bussett watches you, her jaws clenched, locked, more like. Well, we were right about him blowing his brains out. I mean, I guess that there's... what else was he gonna do? Why else would he want to go out there? It's not like he wanted to do that and then actually get caught and go through that process. So I guess we gave him mercy a little bit. What else did he say? He confessed to his crimes. The wire you put in the cab must have caught it all. You have the recording. Busta stares at you for a second before looking away. Shit. This is not how it was supposed to end. You're not clear on whether she's angry or sad. What happens now? He talked about you. I'm sorry. He talked about you. About me? What'd he say? It's all in the recording. You said you were like him. Of course, that guy was my mentor. A father figure, actually. He taught me everything I know. That's why I slipped you his file. I couldn't investigate him. No one on the team wanted to either. It was unthinkable, unfeasible. Fuck. A semblance of a smile spreads across her face. Awkward, strained perhaps. It makes your blood curdle. You're free to go now. Don't leave the country, though. We might have some questions at some point. She opens the door. Icy air seeps in. You shiver. You really came through, you know? I didn't think you'd do so well. Her voice breaks up a bit with her last words. Who knew? She gets out of the cab and slams the door behind her. A blunt metallic noise. Unidentifiable vibrations. The car quakes and shakes like a boat. A minute goes by before you can move again.
You slowly come back to your senses. Stay a little longer. You sit there for a moment, contemplating the scene in front of you. Police squads are moving about, tape keeping the onlookers away, spotlights flooding the judge's lifeless body in the white light. Hard to believe it's all over. You need to get away for a while. Drive without thinking. Distance yourself. A cop on the roadside waves his flashlight, motioning for you to leave. You have no reason to be here anymore. You've become a stranger again. Key in the ignition, handbrake off, foot on the accelerator. You leave Sacre Coeur behind. There we go. That was The Judge. Night Call. The Judge. We got, I think, 2 more at least to go through. So I'll probably end up starting the next one for next week. It's 10 o'clock now. Hey, shout out again to all those lurkers out there. I see you. I see you. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. I really liked it. I thought it was cool. It had a cool ending, you know, like this whole story was cool all the way through. Very subtly told and all that, but honestly, that ending was pretty damn good. I liked it. Yeah, cool story, right? Very intense, a lot of back and forth, a lot of scene turns. I think that usually makes a good last scene. You get a lot of like high tense kind of thing, but it has like sort of like a nice resolution to it. Sort of meaningful to the characters that were involved. It was pretty cool. Yeah, look at all those localizations. Production baby to 2 months. I guess that was a baby that was born during production from the team. Team pets, nice. They even got their pets on there. That's funny. Thanks, nice. Yeah, we got to meet the Power Rangers. Yeah, and Santa, dude. That's the first night we got to meet Santa. Remember that? And that cat. Makes me wonder what the next one's going to be. Honestly, it feels like they made this game like a medium with which they can tell stories. Because you could like write any story and use these mechanics, you know what I mean? Like it hardly takes any assets. I mean, it takes like, you know, like all the writing and stuff is like really what it's about. So it's like, really that's the only part. And then you can kind of just configure everything for your story. So that's pretty cool. Oh man, I do not know what that means. Didn't have my translator ready. Magic people in Paris, yep. The sun is about to come up. You drove all night long with your window open. You're so tired, your chest is tight and your eyes are heavy, but you can't stop. Not now. You're going to run out of gas soon. The light went to about 20 kilometers back. The light went on about 20 kilometers back. You're somewhere in Normandy. Maybe you'll run into that cat you gave a ride to one night. You smile and relax at that thought. You pull over onto the shoulder and get out. There's almost no traffic. You step over to the guardrail as your eyes adjust to the colorful break of dawn. The sun will soon rise over the horizon. You get your phone out and dial a number. It doesn't ring, direct to voicemail. A voice asks you to leave a message after the beep. Hey, I wanted to... You catch your breath. When Aide told me she'd held on to your phone just to hear the sound of your voice, I thought it was stupid. But now, the sun is slowly rising and its colors are flooding in the landscape. Bare underbrush, a tiny village lost in fog off in the distance, a hilltop sparkling with dew. The view seems alien to you. I wanted to... Thank you for giving me the opportunity to redeem myself. Thanks. The word disgusts you, but it's too late. Thanks to you, I did something important. I mean, I think... Who knows? Silence. Your head is spinning. You haven't spoken to your brother in years. Well, in a matter of speaking, you grin. Aid is good, I'm good, your kids are good. Hang up. I don't remember who Aid is. I'm good. I mean, I guess so. It's strange to hear your voice, but it feels good, too. You pause. A truck flies by just meters from you. I thought when it was all over, I mean, I thought I'd be able to do some decent, to get some decent sleep. Close my eyes and sleep. Really sleep. Finally. But sleeping, it's just a break. It doesn't put an end to it. It starts up all again as soon as a voice cuts you off. Answering machine. You have reached the maximum time limit, please. You hang up. Your phone feels heavy in your hand. What should you do now? There's a broken fence in front of you, leading to the small footpath in the woods. Behind you is a highway leading to the sea. Get back in the car or disappear. Get back in the car! We got 2 more stories, dude. You sigh and retrace your steps. On the other side of the guardrail, you find your overheated cab. The next gas station can't be much further. You slowly turn the key in the ignition. There's got to be something for you. Out there. Cool, I like that little extra thing at the end. That's cool. Alright, let's look at the names of the other ones that we can do. So at that point, we would just need to do new game. I'm not going to start it yet. I just wanted to look at the stories that we have available to us. Like a little sneak peek for next time on Press Start Games. So the other 2, there's a surprise investigation, which I'm not sure what that one's about. The game will randomly pick an unsolved investigation. Okay. But if I do them all, will it? I don't know. We'll get to that later. We have the Angel of Death, random victims, unknown motive, weird case, slightly more difficult than the others. And then we have the victims may feel random at first, the Sandman. But there's a connection. Yet the motives might be hard to find. Dark and twisted case. Ooh, dark and twisted, huh? Alright, guys. Looks like we might, I mean, if it takes 2 weeks per story, we might have 4 more weeks of Night Call left, so that's cool. It's going to be one of those longer games. So yeah, awesome. Well, I'm going to call the stream there, guys. Thanks again for everybody hanging out. Thanks to Nightwolf and Stella for chatting me up. I always appreciate you guys being active in the chat. And all you lurkers out there, you know we love you. And we're glad you're here as well. And you guys have a good night as well. Hopefully you'll come by tomorrow. I think we're going to be playing some Raft. I think I will be able to get that done. I haven't actually talked to the guys yet, so if for any reason we can't, we still got Pokemon Snap. But hopefully we'll be playing Raft. I don't think there's any reason why I can't show everybody's perspective still either. I think I have devised a way to do that, but I have not set it up yet. So hopefully Raft. If not, Pokemon Snap tomorrow for you guys. So definitely come hang out. It should be fun. Alright guys, well without further ado, you guys have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed Night Call, the Judge. I know I did. Oh yeah, now I have to minimize this. There we go. Alright. See you guys.